something we need to, look at, or how they gonna, get that?
That's a great question. I'm not sure. I'll look into that. Unless
And all the constables are asking for various amounts of ammunition. And, we've got 2 bailiffs which have to qualify. So there needs to be something there for ammo.
Steve, do you furnish them ammunition? The bailiff?
That's where we've been getting our ammo from the sheriff.
Yeah, Steve,
Okay,
half he gets, we're taking care of him.
okay.
But then I've never been asked about
Well,
district, my bailiff, so.
okay. I mean, that's just, something we need to make sure we've got that part of it covered.
We've got some supply money, but the sheriff's been gracious to us. Steve's
Okay.
always just gone out with the deputies.
Yes, sir. Not a problem.
And kept quiet. I think they're both current.
I mean, I just don't want to be an overload.
Yes, sir.
Good deal. All right, good call. All right, next, the county court at law.
County court at law.
Richard Adams.
There's some changes that I've made up at the top that have to do with my salary. It's the same bottom line number. It just needs to be readjusted into the right columns is really all. Between longevity pay and my pay. Amounts, when you add them all up, but they need to be broken into the right columns. I put 5% on all the employees. We don't know what y'all will eventually agree to, but times are hard, gasoline's high. So I put 5% for all the employees. And we upped our education and books, supplies a little this year because it's a legislative year. January, the legislature's going to meet. There'll be schools and new books to buy whenever the legislature gets through next spring. So we upped it a little to cover that. And the only other thing of significance in my budget is a visiting judge. We've got the Ledbetter estate on our books. They're telling us it'd be a minimum 2-week jury trial. So we're going to have to pay for our probate judge out of Austin, Judge Chew, to come and try that case here in our court. So we put enough money in there to try to cover some of
This is
that.
that Ledbetter case?
Yes, sir, the Ledbetter estate. It's not getting a bit better,
Yeah,
getting worse.
It's going to get better.
No, it's getting worse, and it's taking a lot of our resources. And we, of course, have to pay that judge to come do it for us, and so it'll
Still going to be Judge Shu.
yes, sir, he's assigned by Judge Evans, and will stay assigned until further notice. He's done a good job, but he has to travel from Austin up here to do it, and they're wanting a 2-week jury trial this next fiscal year, so we've got to pay him to do that.
It's going to
Just
take,
so y'all know, they won't let me because of the way our statute is written. It has to be a probate judge, and I'm not a general jurisdiction. Judge Chew does only probate, that I picked him out of Austin to come up and do it. Because of the complexity of that estate and trusts that are associated with it, you had to be a probate judge to do it. Of course, we don't have a statutory probate court. Ours is spread between your court and mine, so. We gave up our employee. We asked y'all for an interpreter last year, and I'll just tell you, the way it worked out with the border being shut down, we've had a dramatic diminishment in the number of people that can't speak English come through. I don't know the exact number, but you'd be shocked at the difference it's made. So rather than hire someone and just spend that money, I tapered off my need for it. Judge Buffkin's need increased, though, because of the reporting requirements the legislature has put on the district courts. And because of that reporting requirement, he wanted that employee to meet that. And of course, we were intending to share that employee anyway with Judge Buffkin anyway. But we couldn't find an interpreter for the money you give us. We diminished the need, we thought, for the interpreter, so we moved that over to Judge Buffkin's court. So that'll up his, but it'll diminish mine by the same amount. So we're really asking for less money this year, a lot less money this year than we did last year. We put a bottom line to it. Okay.
done a good job.
Pay increases, that's all we need.
Thank you, Mr.
Any
Shu.
questions, Doc?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Road Ops, Mr. Todd Dudley.
Judge, Commissioners, good morning. I think you'll see that the budget that I proposed is going to be fairly close to what it was last year. There was an increase in 34,000, which is our materials. These are the materials we use on the roads, whether it be repairs or improvements. Our cold mix, hot mix, base, grade 4, emulsions to seal coat with and everything. And the reason for this increase is just simply our materials have just increased in price.
Yeah.
We've come to y'all, I think, the last, 2 or 3 times before, and we've had an increase in our grade 4 from $43 to $46 a ton. But the big, the hot mix collate is probably the biggest increase. It was a 50.6%. It's pretty substantial. So that's the reason for this, the increase in the materials. Other than that, everything else is the same. As far as personnel, we were fully staffed. We have had very little turnover, one, in this budget year. We lost a EO1. We were able to replace him. Hated to lose him, but he pursued something that he really wanted to, had school for and all. But we were fortunate enough, we replaced this EO1 with an employee that has CDLs, tanker endorsement, has had quite a lot of experience as far as road ops, actually has worked for a county out of state up north. A really good employee. Got a good find on him. But I would like to consider moving him from an EO1 entry to an EO2 entry because the CDLs and the experience he has.
His name again?
Jason Burton. Yes, sir. And he has been with us since right at first of the year. So, right at 5 months. So, other than that, that's all I have. Y'all, any
Let me
questions?
ask you this, on
Yes,
the
sir.
collection station, is that your budget or is that Genie?
That's Jeannie's. Yes, sir.
Boy, that's a mess out there, isn't it? All those mattresses out there, those tires out there, that's just a mosquito breeding deal, man, it needs a couple of extra dumpsters.
He was supposed to have gotten a couple extra dumpsters Friday, I don't know if he did.
I don't know that she did.
Yeah, last time I talked to her, they're having troubles getting out there and picking stuff up. It's not Genie, it's the,
I think it's
County
the
hauls it off.
the company that comes and picks them up, I think, is probably.
yeah, I think she said they're like 4 loads behind right
Right,
now.
yeah.
I think they're having some manning problems.
Personnel
Yes,
problems.
sir, yes, sir.
Damn, that's horrible out there. Do they, those pickup companies, do they furnish those grappling machines or whatever you call them to fix them up?
No, our-
Like those
our staff has
mattresses,
to load
our-
them. Our staff has to load them.
No.
Yeah, I think it's-
We actually help out in
They
that.
go down,
They're
and
usually,
help them, so, yes.
of course, they have a pretty big run on Saturdays, and so usually on Monday morning, we try and get in there and help them. Stuff, if they've got the dumpsters full and they've got some on the ground, we try and help. Once they get the dumpsters swapped out, we try and help them as much as we can. And then we mash the dumpsters every morning. Our grade hall just packs the dumpsters to be able to get a little more in. So,
You really doing a good job, Tug.
thank you, I appreciate it.
God, you truly try to help everybody out, I really appreciate
You
that.
bet.
Do y'all have a machine that could grab that stuff, like the mattresses and stuff to help put them in the dumpster?
Yes, sir. Yeah. I mean, our grade off has got a grapple, a thumb on it, or we can take it off and on. But we use it a lot, picking up brush and stuff like that, but it works pretty well.
You can pick up those mattresses and stuff, got out of that. I'd hate to live next to that. Talking about living next to data center or Bitcoin. Much to do that, but that's good. Now I know that.
But it's not Jeannie's staff, it's the problem. It's
Right.
Way to go back to the home, waste
Waste
management, we got contract with on getting
Fix
dumpsters
them up.
out there and getting them picked up when they're full.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's continual issue.
good. All right.
Anything, questions?
I have a question.
Good. Yes.
Would you like to reduce your right of way By 10,000, or should that remain at 20,000? 35,600. Not right-of-way materials, but right-of-way.
No, I put it in at 10,000, yes.
Okay, so reduce.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yeah,
just making sure.
yes.
Good deal.
Questions?
Thank you, Todd. You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. Next, purchasing. Glenn, tell me.
Morning, Judge Commissioners. For the mailroom, we're lowering that by $1,000. Purchasing remains the same with the exception, I have one employee who is retiring, so I'm requesting a one-time training budget due to the complexities of the position. And I think we put 4,000 in for that. And for salaries, just whatever increase the other departments get, we're happy with.
Good deal. Good, you're doing a good job, Ken, you really are.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No?
All right.
What about the district attorney? We're running a little ahead. Steve, can you go see if the district attorney is ready, please?
I'll be glad to have you, Judge.
Thank you. This is exactly what I want to get on. Sooner I get on the road. When I go out and work, you would just Dave Diesel came on with things about 9 Thursday, I think it was. We have a good few years ago. And I said, on Thursday or Friday, I don't know which it was. Eagle was in the middle. 2 years ago, you can remember, I just came by. And Eagle wanted to talk to me. I said, sure, I'll do it. He got in there. He said he's gonna have a little bit, he sensed his deal, and it's nice to be, we're doing that, because he says, some of these things you say from my.
Yeah, what he had done, Dr. Heiss.
Yeah.
Well, he said he wasn't gonna go until that happened to you, and then he said, man, he decided to get checked
All
off.
I called several residents outside of my friends and my brothers, and I had that calcium deal check. My wife had first check, people with her calcium down was zero.
Yeah.
Because she was so all the time and all. But anyway, we came out of it. He said, I don't, work with you. Stuff, we shook hands, I'm sure both that works, because it'd be a lot easier for all of us to work together. Did y'all happen to read that lawsuit that, it's just, I mean, it's just like we said. That's when they said you took a vote to uphold the laws of the United States of the state of Texas. We don't have a choice.
So the first page I'd like to go over is, the biggest page, has the important stuff on it, is a lot of our insurance information. Is everybody looking at 4100-204?
Risk management.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Workers' comp, I increased it by $3,000. We're really doing okay in our workers' comp account right now. However, we're never sure the changes that might get implemented during the middle of the year. Things go up, and a lot just depends on our claims. We do have a lot of workers' comp claims, nothing too drastic. We've had some big claims in the past, which I think also causes our rate to be a little bit higher, but I just went ahead and increased it $3,000, but I think we should be fine in that account. Unemployment, we have been underfunded there. So I increased it by $75,000. Unemployment has had some drastic changes over the past 2 years. I can't explain it. A lot started, sound like a broken record, in 2020. And so they have made some adjustments to the way they handle claims. I've not ever seen it like I've seen it the past 2 years. And like I said, we have been underfunded for at least 2 years now. And so I visited with the auditor and we decided to increase it by $75,000. I'm hoping that's enough. Because this year we are definitely underfunded. Also, our rate will go from 0.05 to 0.09 starting next year. All right. Drug testing, copier, supplies, I'm leaving those the same. We're doing okay there. Contracted services, we have an increase in silver right now. So Vincent Jewelers is telling me that we're getting a great deal on our service awards because silver went up after he gave me his estimated amount for this current fiscal year. So I did increase it by $300. I asked him for an estimated cost, and so that's what he gave me. So I did increase that one $300 to pay for the additional cost of our service awards. I decreased our education and travel by $300 to compensate for that increase. The last two, there's not a huge change. You will see that the bottom one, the insurance, I had over budgeted some last year, and so really the budget is going to stay the same. I think we'll be all right. Our property only went up 1% this year, which is unheard of. But there were no hurricanes.
Yeah.
So can't count on that next year. So I went ahead and budgeted for 10% there. Everything else I increased by 25%. It may or may not go up that much. And then also I'm budgeting for a $100,000 deductible for a convective storm. $20,000 would cover a cybersecurity breach deductible, or two $10,000 deductibles, and then I did budget for a $10,000 non-convective storm deductible. Our deductibles are costly. That's only going to be one per incident, so if we have a drastic year in weather or something like that, it may not be enough, but I hope it is. So I'm leaving that insurance line about the same as it was last year because I was over budgeted last year. Now, if you will, take a look at personnel. I asked for 5% for the employee and personnel. I'm very grateful for my part-time position. I'm leaving that amount the same though. Health insurance, another big one. I asked Hub International what their rule of thumb was for increases. They said 30%.
30.
They don't expect it to be that much, but I had to turn something in. And so I went with their rule of thumb of 30%. Now, with that being said, health insurance has gone nuts this past year. So I'm not feeling good about it. I don't think anybody's feeling good about it. But I know Hub's going to work and get us the best deal that we can find. Unfortunately, our last 6 months have been high claims. So that will play a part, but I don't think it'll be a 30% increase, but I can't guarantee anything. But I went ahead and budgeted for 30%. I'm hoping it's a lot less. Other than that, the only real increase was to retirement. Our retirement is going up from 10.07 to 10.33. That's an increase of 0.26. It has to do with our group term life rate. It went up 0.03%. And the reason it did is, I was told because men are living longer.
Because we're living longer.
That's right, which is a good thing, but that's what I was told, is that's what they base it off of. And our employees are sticking around longer. And so that makes a difference too.
Don't understand how living longer makes your or your life insurance rates go up.
Well, you're living longer and you're working longer.
That's the key right there.
Yeah.
A lot of people are working, you know, used to age 60 was the magic, and then
That's right.
65, now it's 70 or more.
Yes, and the reason they're working longer is because you cannot afford health insurance.
Well, after this year, who will be the oldest employee in the county?
I don't know, Judge.
I do.
Is it Commissioner Wilson?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that is an honor that, well, I guess it is. I'll reserve my remarks on that.
Okay, let's do.
That's a good thing too, I guess. Nothing good about it, so, good. All right.
That's the
You're
only
doing a
changes
good-
I have.
Hey, you've done a good job on that.
Thank you. One other thing I wanted to bring up is we do have PCORI fees that will be required to be paid this year, and what that means is the IRS bills us for each covered life for a funded plan, and they consider curative a self-funded plan. Even though we do not have to pay any money at the end of the year, they still consider that plan self-funded. Now, we never had to do that with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and I assume they paid it for us, is what I figure. But come next year, we also have to pay it for our non-stop plan. So I just want to make you aware that I'll be coming back probably end of this month, or maybe the first of next month. It's due by the end of July. But I have to have a head count of the number of people that were covered under curative. We don't have that count. I'm having to get it from curative, and that's like pulling teeth at the moment. But they've assured me they will have that number by the end of this month. I look for it to be about $2,500. I should have enough in my health insurance account to pay for that, but I will bring it to you as a court for your approval. And then also, I think we'll probably have enough budgeted for next year's PCORI fees.
What is that you're saying?
PCORI, PCORI, and I don't have the definition of that in front of
It's
me.
an acronym, I was like,
Yes.
I don't know what word you're saying.
But good old IRS.
Yeah.
It's considered a rich fund.
Patient-centered outcomes. Research Institute fee.
Yep. Got to pay for that research. So I just want you to be aware, like I said, I don't think it'll be a huge amount of money. I've been working with the auditor on it. There is a form that she and I will have to get together and file with the IRS. Again, I don't think it'll be a lot of money. I'm estimating around $2,300 to $2,500. Same thing for next year. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Dennis, move on. Yes.
Judge Freeman's not here yet, and I'm not sure if his her office is trying to get a hold of her. Judge Kelly's on call. He may be reading rights at the jail, but they're sending a text to him now.
Tell him that we just keep this budget the same as next year. Okay. All right.
Judge Barry.
Good morning. I'll make this short and sweet unless you have a lot of questions. Let's see, for adult probation, I
For the last several years, we had asked for some additional support just because our numbers were down and we didn't have the funding from probation fees that we normally have. So our numbers have gone up, which means our budget and our revenue has gone up. So that $25,000 that I had been getting, I'm not asking for that for this year.
Wow.
The only support that we're asking for is the $17,525 that the county's given us for numerous years for community service. And so that covers the landscaping and everything that we do around the county. Juvenile probation, I've reduced that budget as well. Our numbers are just a little bit lower, and the state has upped what they're giving us, so that helps us be able to utilize that money first. So I've reduced that budget by about $13,000, and the majority of that came out of juvenile detention. When we commit a kid to TJJD now, the state is funding us for that bed, that detention bed that the kid's sitting and waiting to go. So they're giving us that money back. So I'm able to save the county a little bit there. And everything else is relatively the same from last year. Do you have any questions?
Good. We could do it, but don't want that 25,000 this year.
I mean, I'm taking it if you want to give it to me. It's fine.
No,
We
I
can
don't
put it,
like that.
you know.
Get a gold star. I'll put a gold star right there. Right there. You do a great job.
Thank you.
I know you do.
Anybody, y'all good? Okay, thank y'all.
Thank you. All right, extension agent. You're kidding.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you guys for letting me squeeze in here. Change-wise, I did want to I don't know, Kevin and I kind of talked about this a little bit, the longevity. So in fiscal year 24 and 25, it was budgeted for me to get longevity, and that was never paid out. And so we had some conversation back and forth at the end of last fiscal year. I don't really know what decision was made other than it was removed for this fiscal year 26. So I just wanted to kind of bring it to y'all's attention. We would obviously, Amanda and I love the little extra bonus, but I also know that you guys have all the rules and policies that you have to follow. But wanted to just bring that up because it was budgeted previously and it just wasn't ever paid out. Like I can see for sure in the 2025 budget, it was budgeted $800. So $500 for Leanne, $300 for me, and then $500 was paid out. So just wanted to kind of bring that to y'all's attention. And then the other thing, so our copier, I've been here for 5 years, I would say probably the last 4 years. We have gone over in our copier budget line every year. We've always been able to kind of move money around and make it work. We are seeing this year that that's not going to be the case. Wonderfully, we have now had an ag agent for the full fiscal year, and myself, I did not have a baby this year, so we had me traveling for the full fiscal year also, and we're seeing that to support both of us full-time, we don't have the extra money to move around, so we're asking for a little bit more in the copier lease. And on that same note, we're asking for a little bit more in travel. Kind of that same thing, we're both here full-time, and when we are, we're traveling more, and we also have a lot more kiddos getting involved and doing different things and traveling across the state. So we want to be able to support them and be there and take them and do all the things. We leave for state roundup here in about an hour, so we're busy and we're going everywhere and we're taking them, but it just means that we need a little bit more money to do so. And so I think the changes come to less than $5,000 total for the entire budget, but that will make a big impact in our ability to support the kids in our programs. So just want to throw all of that out for you guys to consider. Do you have any questions?
Do you still want to get an award this year?
Get an award?
Yeah. Did you get an award last year?
Yeah, I did get, I mean, I've gotten a couple awards, yes. I did, actually, Commissioner Andrews wrote a recommendation letter for me for a Superior Service Award through AgriLife Extension. So we're waiting to hear back, and hopefully that'll be good.
Good.
So we're excited, we'll see.
Good. I know that the state life director or whatever comes down here.
Yes.
and Does a good thing. So y'all do a good job.
We try our best.
We'll try to see what we can squeeze out, okay?
Yeah,
Now, this doesn't reflect the travel budget needs, right? Like you said, I know it's been a couple of years that you guys, you've had personnel in and out,
Right.
and babies and things, you both haven't been here for the full time. And so you're coming up a little bit short this year.
so yes, this year in fiscal 26, so our current year, we are gonna come up a little short. Hopefully, as long as nothing weird happens between now and October 1, we're looking somewhere like $500 to $700 short budget-wise, just because of the travel. And that's with me trying to move every little penny around to cover all of the copier and the travel and all the things, to hopefully make that work.
So do we may need to make an adjustment to your travel request here?
What do you want it to be? Because what you sent me is the same as last year, so what would you
Okay.
want it to be?
So what I have on mine, it was $6,500 for A&R, so that 41500 line, and then 5,000 for FCH.
Okay.
Is that not what I sent you last week?
You may have sent me
Okay.
another one, but I didn't put it in my book.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure.
What about vehicle maintenance?
Vehicle maintenance, we do okay. It's just those occasional years that we have weird things happening. We do, like this year, have something kind of weird happening in the potential switch of the truck and having to pay for that. Generally, on a normal year, that's just oil changes and everything. Our $800 is usually okay.
Yeah, what we're looking, we've been kind of working on this. One of the transport pickup trucks has got about 13,000 miles on it. And you guys have a pickup that you haul kids around the state and it travels all over, that's getting a little bit higher mileage.
Yes.
So what we were wanting to do is get that pickup from the sheriff's office, de-rig it, take the stickers off of it and everything, and then move that one over to ag, and then take their truck and go to maintenance with it, and kind of, update some things, but there's sticker changeovers and things like that that are
Yeah.
going on. But hopefully that'll help a little bit with your maintenance budget as well,
Yes.
and maybe make that a little bit better, kind of cascade down and improve some stuff there.
Yeah, Amanda definitely is driving a lot with all the stop shows and the kids everywhere, so.
Yeah, they go to San Angelo and Houston and Austin and San
San
Antonio.
Antonio, we're
They're
headed
all
to
over
College
the place.
Station today,
Yeah.
we're everywhere. They keep us busy in Extension, that's for sure.
Good. Especially during show season, it's
Yes,
quite nice to see county, students that are excelling.
yes.
They are. And they
Yes,
do
and we
excel.
have some really great kids. Right, I mean, we always have great kids, but we have some kids that work really hard. And so we appreciate being able to take them and support them and get them where they need to be so they can succeed and shine and do all the things that they need to do. Perfect. Any other questions?
That's it.
Thank you, Hannah.
Yes.
You did a great job.
Thank you, guys. Have fun today.
Okay.
Do you want, this is.
No.
Okay,
I just-
Mr. Leland Lawrence, maintenance.
Morning, Judge.
How are you doing, Mr. Friend? Thank you, sir.
morning. This year on our budget line items, I'm not asking for much, really. I don't think I asked for an increase on any single line. The only questionable line I did have was the utility budget, which is controlled by Ms. Matlock's office. So if you have a recommendation on increase or decrease on utilities.
I haven't looked at that yet, but I will.
One thing I am requesting, well, I have two requests. One is a vehicle, which Commissioner Andrews just spoke about, plan, if that plan comes through. And since I don't need that vehicle request, I would actually just need to go out and buy a trailer to store landscaping items in, which would be, instead of $50,000 for a vehicle, would be under $10,000 on that expense. I am requesting to add another position, a hybrid technician, starting at step 2. We are about to build the jail expansion and add another huge amount of square footage to us, and my guys right now are roughly covering 83,000 square foot each. And if we were able to add a hybrid technician, that would drop us down to about 75 after the jail expansion's completed. If we were unable to add it, the guys will be at about 100,000 square foot each after the expansion.
Yeah, 'cause that one van is, it's shot.
It's,
I wonder if it makes it from the maintenance shop to the historic courthouse.
I had to call a record on it, I believe, twice this budget year, to get it back to the shop, so.
Well, and, yeah, to get a trailer or something to take care of that equipment, this is a much better plan. I think we use stuff that we already have.
That pickup coming out of ag, get rid of that van, because that's an,
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
That's it.
I don't think we have enough use for that van anywhere else. That's
No,
just getting the option block with that one.
Be a good base item.
If we can make that work, that would be amazing and a far cheaper option, just to go with the truck from ag, and then we'll talk about getting a trailer to store all the landscaping equipment in. I have 3 projects here that I passed out to you guys that I'm asking you to consider as capital projects either this year or over the next couple of years. All 3 projects have to do with the historical courthouse. We have one project here to have the building painted, all the maroon color trim and all the white color around the edges of the roof and also the rain gutters. And the second project is for having the parking lot milled and resurfaced. We've had some complaints this year about the condition of that parking lot. And the last project is the elevator modernization. The elevator manufacturer has been hounding us as a county for about 4 years now. They're saying, hey, your elevator's out of date, we'll run out of parts to fix it. Eventually, when it breaks, it's going to be done.
We're required to have that.
We are required to have that. I think I accidentally had one of you, my sticky note, but that modernization project, if we're proactive, it cuts about 18 weeks of downtime off of that. If we aren't proactive, we're up to 33 weeks without an elevator. If we are proactive, we're sitting about 15 weeks without an elevator when we do it.
What are the capital project request costs? So the painting of the courthouse, what does that cost?
I've got an extra copy. Painting of the courthouse, and these are all over the threshold. We would have to go out for better competitive bidding process or find a vendor on a purchasing agreement. But the painting cost is the one quote I have here, and this is the gentleman that did all the last work for us this year. I have one quote from him, and the quote is for $101,897. project, which would be the parking lot. Altogether, see the 3 items of work on there. The asphalt milling is quoted at $104,000 plus another $24,000 for seal coating. And then $3,500 on restriping, so we're at approximately $131,000 for that project. And then the elevator modernization, let me pull up that number. The proposal price on the elevator modernization is $159,195.
We did it in pros, it really does need it. You know, the elevator, the courthouse, the surfacing. You will be able to find the money.
Sure.
Sure. I like that.
What's the total? Will you repeat the total for the elevator again, please? Sorry.
It was $159,195, I believe is what I said. Let me double check myself.
Is it on this proposal somewhere?
Yes, it's hidden back. They're very priced. I don't think they're very proud of it.
Oh, I see it.
$159,195, and that is on page 10.
Nice.
for that proposal.
Thank you so much.
I don't have any questions after that. That's great. Thank you very much, Lee. You do a great job also. I really got to say that. I like it. All the air conditioning holding up?
Don't say it out loud.
How many units do you have spares left around here?
Spares, I don't have, I think I have one mini split on hand as a spare. Knocking on wood, we're going into June and I'm sleeping at night, so that should tell you we're sitting in a pretty decent spot going into summer this year.
Yeah. Okay. Good deal. You're doing a good job. Thank you for always being prompt. Of course, you live so far away from here, the way you get down here.
It's a horrible commute. I actually decided that during the summertime, I have a new commuting vehicle I'm gonna start using. It's my son's electric scooter.
So you got a $3 a month gas bill that we pay.
Yeah, cut costs on gas.
Yeah.
3 to
You see that raise you got when you left Cook's Children's Hospital? Is it Cook Children? Is that your children's? Yeah. You see that raise you got?
raising what I was spending in gas, yeah.
Yes. Oh!
Yeah.
All right. Good deal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Okay. Mr. Ryan, City Fair.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. Sorry I wasn't here earlier when y'all called for me. To be honest, I forgot we were having this morning, but I made it to my allotted time slot. So I have copies of the budget I proposed. Y'all have a copy? Okay, great. So, for the employees, I know that's at the court's discretion, but I'm asking respectfully for a 5% raise for the employees. But we'll take whatever the court thinks is best for that after considering all the factors for the rest of the employees. But as far as the increases for my individual budgets, I'm requesting on the investigation line item, $1,900 more than the request from last year. We're going to be using a clear subscription for investigative purposes. It helps us find out information about suspects and things like that. We're also going to be utilizing new equipment for crime scene photos, and also budgeting, of course, ammunition in there as well. On the supplies, budgeting a little bit extra than last year's budget request. Supplies are more expensive now. We're also asking for $250 for Canva to help automate our victim notification pamphlets. On the vehicle maintenance, asking for $1,350 over last year's request. Budgeting for new tires on 2 vehicles, just miscellaneous expenses. Requesting a reduction from last year's budget request on the dues, books, and subscriptions, as well as the expert testimony. Expert testimony is hard to predict. You just never know when it's going to come up. Still requesting $15,000 for that, but that's a $5,000 decrease from last year. On the investigator line item in the salaries, I am budgeting to bring a current part-time investigator full-time, and that's in this year's request. But beyond that, I'll submit to the court's questions.
Who's the part-time investigator now?
John Wilson is his name.
How many hours is he working now on a part-time basis?
Well, he's working, we're keeping track of his hours with HR, trying to make sure he stays below the full-time basis. He is working a lot right now. He'll probably have to take some time off to get those hours back down to the average. But he's working, I think 4 days a week right now, and then he'll drop his hours down, when we need to get his hours down. But we're budgeting to bring him full-time. He's quite an experienced investigator, retired from, I believe, Abilene Police Department, retired from the military, very experienced in financial crimes, and very experienced in child sex crimes. So quite the asset to our office.
You started this year with 3 full-time investigators, right?
We did, and one of them decided to just move on to something else.
Sure.
And he no longer with us. Great guy, just decided he wanted to do something else, and so that position was open. We filled it with a part-time, kind of seeing how he would, do, and he's doing great. He was tasked with a particular case first. He's doing great with that, fitting in well with the office, brings a lot of experience, and if we can have him, I'd like to bring him on full-time. The budget is already there for this year. We're actually under budget on that line item since it was a full-time position, but we've been vacant for a while, and then now we're filling a full-time position with a part-time position. But we're budgeting to bring him on full-time this next year with a 5% raise, that I'm requesting. Well, like I said, sorry I wasn't here when you called for me first. I forgot we were having this morning, but I made it for my 9 o'clock time slot. So.
Yeah, you're on time according to our initial plan.
Good deal.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay. Chad, you want to come on out?
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. As you can see on mine, I don't have any changes. I'm not asking for anything, except, the only increase was just my clerk's longevity, and then I asked that she receive the next step or whatever, if that's still applied or whatever, for her to get a raise. But that's it.
like what you do. You do a good job. You always keep within budget. That's what I like, so.
Also, if you don't mind, I know Constable Ellis tried to reach out to y'all individually. He's not available today, and he asked me he's the same way. He's not asking for anything except for his clerk to get a raise or for the next step or whatever, but that's all he had as well. He asked me to pass that on.
Good. All right, well, I think
Thank you.
good help to you. Good help. Good. Great. That's yours. Okay, looks like you're up, Mr. Mills.
Okay.
I got the email you over ahead. I'm scheduled for the afternoon. Like the others that came before me, I'm not asking for anything new, so no new positions or anything. We had a couple of real small tweaks, mostly downward on some of the ancillary things like supplies and vehicle maintenance and so on, just based on the current trends. The only thing that is a little tricky, let me just explain a few moving parts that are not going to amount to a lot of money, just very small, few thousand. The tricky part, the biggest tricky part is the SB 22 part. So what we have up on that board is the regular county budget. And so I submitted a county budget proposal, and then after the fact I realized, I didn't have the spreadsheet for the SB 22. And what I'm trying to do and have tried to do is use the SB 22 money so we're not hitting into the county budget, just try to eat that up. And for the most part, the SB 22 budget, which is about $275,000, I believe, basically paying 2 investigators and a part-time clerk out of that. And so one of the questions is the investigators, I'm trying to peg them with what the investigators make at the sheriff's office. And so I asked Stephanie, what is the sheriff's going to get? And she said, I think she said that they're requesting 5%. So I'm just trying to peg them to what that is. Now you can look on your screen here, and I'm going to have to just keep working with Stephanie on this a little bit, but what, can you go back wherever that was? We had, yeah, okay, thank you. So one thing I didn't quite understand was, if you see that bottom line there, it says part-time clerk 14,000, and then over on the right it says SB 22 adjustment 21,000. I didn't understand that. It should be 14. We can give them a raise, an hourly raise, and still not bump the 14. So I'm still trying to figure out how the 21 got in there, and that if we have an extra 7 to work with. Hey, it's fixed. So anyway, let me just go over a couple other things. So the SB 22 money allows us to do some things we can do, some things we can't do. And so last year, I knew that there were going to be some big raises, and so I was trying to give the 2 lawyers a raise out of the SB 22 money, which I did, and it was not quite 10%, but it was a hefty raise. And then the county just came across the board and did 10% for everybody out of the county budget too, so they kind of got a windfall last year. And I told both of them, I said, don't hold your breath for any big raise this next year because you already got a double bump, not quite 20%, but it was a significant bump last year. So, and you can see those increases. I guess it was 9%. Bump out of the SB 22 money, and then I think they still got the 10%. So I'm going to just keep working through this, and basically whatever raises anybody gets is going to, it looks like there's 14,000 left, so I'm going to try to take care of any raises out of that and eat up that entire amount and limit. Right now there's 3,000 extra for the lawyers, which is 1,500 apiece in the main budget, and if I can reduce that, I will. by just doing a nominal raise out of the SB 22 money. I hope that wasn't too confusing, but trying to just keep it as low as possible and use the SB 22 money first.
They deserve it. I mean, they work hard. That's good. I'm glad they got that double bump, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've always been below the DA's assistants, so it put them a little closer to where the DA's people are, although it's still a little below them. But yeah, they're good there. So they understand they're not getting much of a raise this year, so that's part of it. Any questions about anything? One other quick thing that I heard about last week. So there's some certification pay that the sheriff's office does. So one of the two investigators just got certified, a new certification that usually comes with a small bump. You can't pay certification money out of SB 22. So we're going to have to figure out a way to just call it salary as long as that employee is still there. That's just their rules, and we asked about that once before. So that's all I have.
And that, that's got to come out of county funds, so it's not out of SB 22. And it's,
well,
it's not, it's going from the advanced to.
Right. Right. So I think there's still two options that are both legal. One is pay certification pay out of the county budget like you just alluded to. And two is just call it salary and don't call it cert pay and just raise the salary on SB 22. I think both of those are legal.
Well, that's what we've done in the past, right, is just match what they would have made over at the sheriff's office with SB 22.
Right. I'm trying to keep that in line. So I guess the first step for me to really finalize that SB 22 budget is what are y'all going to give to the SO? And then I want to match that, and then I'll just use up all that money and tweak it as best I can. But no big changes. Thank y'all.
Good deal. Thank you.
Come on, man.
You can be.
Judge Gillum, you want to?
Judge Massengill, good to see you in here. Although, I'm glad you're back.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am going to speak, it was our intentions for me, on part of all four JP offices, on an issue regarding our chief clerk's office manager, on an issue we have there. My first.
So you are designated by.
Well,
2 and 3.
For 1, 2, 3, and 4, they're not here. Judge Freeman told me, she texted me and said, hey, they're ready for us. And so I grabbed all my stuff and came on over. I have the budget request for JP4 is pretty simple. I think y'all may have what I turned in front of you, my request. And they're basically, the three requests was, number one, my JP office supplies. A couple of years ago, we ran short on our notary and bond money because all my clerks and myself all came up at one time. So we took money out of our supplies that we had in there and used it for that, and in the next couple of years, our supply budget didn't go back up. So I'm asking that our supply budget go back up to what it was, and similarly to the other 4 JPs. I think all of our office supply budgets are about the same, except ours was lower, so I'm asking for that to go back. Our clerks, all the JPs, we've asked for a 5% raise for our clerks. And the third is the office manager that I want to address. And I don't want to, I could spend hours on what our chief clerks are doing. And in a nutshell, they're doing all of Tyler's work for Tyler and doing very little work for JP. The issues that we encounter with Tyler daily are overwhelming to our chief clerks. This is their latest. Our chief clerks, all 4 chief clerks of all 4 JP offices, meet together once a week to go over, this is the newest, this is rights and roles 4 years into Tyler, we don't have straightened out. This is 176 pages, totaling over 5,000 questions. Line by line, our chief clerks have to go over to determine what their rights and roles are, not only for the chief clerk, for the clerks, and for the judges. So they've met, and they were given a deadline to like 3 or 4 weeks to get this done. They sit for 2 hours at a time, and they may cover 100 questions line by line, whether we need these rights and roles or not. And this takes me back to a nightmare when we first started with Tyler, when there were 20,000 questions regarding the cases that we do in our courts. So this is taking up a tremendous amount of time for our clerks doing Tyler's job and not theirs.
When you say that, what is Tyler's response?
Well, they're the ones that submitted this to us to go over this. See, Tyler, in their customization for every county, they want us to have what we need. This is something, Chad Jordan used a phrase, I want what Collin County has, just copy and paste. And Tyler's like, oh, no, we customize it for you. No, I don't want it customized because we all do the same thing. Well, everybody does something a little different. This is the same thing they did to us with our cases. What kind of cases did JP's or JP offices over? Well, Tyler should know that. He just give us this. But these are rights and roles. And we're going over this, thank goodness, with Chris in IT and Steve in IT. Chris is actually sitting in there with our chief clerks going over, well, what is a widget? Well, those of us that went to college, widget was a term in economics, like company ABC sells widgets. Well, a widget, our clerks don't know what a widget is because our clerks are not IT people. They're clerks. And so, well, a widget is a process on software that can enable you to work with a certain software that you need. Okay. Well, also in this list is the state of Florida and the state of California. Well, why are we having to go over all this? There's also some state of Texas in here. There's also district court stuff. There's county court stuff. But they're required to go over all this before they can fix our rights and roles. So for the past 4 years, 3.5 years, my chief clerk has been saying our OCA reports, something aren't right, something is not right. And all we got back from Tyler and our IT is trust the process, trust the numbers, trust the process. It doesn't look right, trust the numbers. Tyler admitted this year all the OCA reports that we've submitted to Austin since we went live with Tyler are wrong. And Tyler is trying their best to fix it. So we've been spending months trying to get this fixed. So there's a set of meetings. We're not only meeting with Tyler, who's really working hard to fix this, but it was given to us broken. And because of the diligence of our clerks, these numbers are not right. These numbers are not right. OC confirmed the numbers aren't right. Tyler said, oops, we messed up. So we're working with OCA, and when I say we, our chief clerks, Denise, Tina, Brandy, and Courtney are spending hours and hours every day, not just a week, but every day. We have the OCA issue, we have the rights and roles issue, and then we have the coding and mapping issues. A trooper wrote us a ticket didn't write us a ticket, wrote a complaint in a ticket for a defective tire on a trailer. It's in the transportation code. It's in the book of laws of the Texas Transportation Code. Well, it's not in Tyler. And it's our clerk's responsibility to do the mapping and coding to get that into the Tyler system so the ticket will process. That's not our clerk's jobs. That's IT at best. Our clerks are not IT. It's not in their job description to do IT stuff. And we're working with our IT, right? And our IT is working diligently to try to get this fixed, but it's the Tyler issues. And the problem is, overall, we're dealing with more Tyler stuff than we should be. So the meetings, the Zoom meetings, multiple meetings every week with multiple Tyler people, whether it's working on the mapping, whether it's working on the rights and roles, whether it's working on the OCA reports. Last week we got a call from Tyler. We had a $10 swipe. Came from JP4. Okay, well, was it our merchant number? Well, no. Well, how did it come from us? Well, we don't know. What do you mean you don't know? So now our auditor and our treasurer got involved. Now we found out today there's 3 more swipes of credit cards is coming from a merchant number. It's not ours. They don't know who it's coming from. And it's messing up our... What's that?
We located it, it's not you.
Was that the one in my office, the $10? Okay.
But see, Tyler calls, last Thursday, Denise is trying to work on our stuff, and all of a sudden, oh, y'all have a $10. Well, no, we didn't. We looked at all of our financials. No, we didn't. And then there's more, but this stuff happens every day for our chief clerks to have to try to manage and work with. So, I have a request, and the 4 JPs discussed it, that we would like our chief clerks to get a 20% raise. Yes, that's high. And I found money to do it. The money comes from the Technology and Justice Fund. And what this fund, it's established by the Code of Criminal Procedure. Monies that we take in on every ticket, a portion of that, $3, goes to our technology fund, just for the JPs.
Have we set that up? Set our line up?
We do have a technology fund.
Good.
And I've been discussing with the auditor, and there's not enough money to cover a 20% raise. There's enough money to cover a 10% raise for our chief clerks. They're having to deal with all this information that's, one, not in their job description. They're the chief clerk, but it's adding a whole realm of IT and having to deal with Tyler.
Does Tyler come out for those weekly meetings?
They're on. Well, so today we were supposed to have a meeting. We have a monthly meeting with Steve, our IT director. And that's the 4 JPs, and we discuss, because every time we report a ticket to Tyler, we report it to our IT. So they're in the loop. They know about it. And so Tyler has 12 people that 12 different people that we've been talking to this year over the different issues and problems that arise. And I just scratched the surface with 3 of them. Our credit card machine still doesn't work right. The online municipal pay where we collect money still does not work right. We have issues constantly, whether it's the credit card machine or it's the software or it's the computer. And the computer in our office that's dedicated, when someone comes in to swipe their credit card, it's a Hood County computer with Tyler software and a Tyler credit card machine, and usually one of those 3 things are not working correctly. And so we've got some light at the end of the tunnel on that. They're starting to work better, but then you have the municipal online pay issues that we have weekly, that someone that's trying to pay a ticket online or pay a fine online, whether they have multiple cases or just one, there's always a glitch in it that doesn't work. And so we're on the phone, we have to submit a ticket to Tyler, and we don't get an immediate response. It usually takes days. Lately, we've been actually getting on the phone with Tyler trying to fix issues that are pretty important, like the payment one that we're trying to find out where this payment come from. We got Tyler on the phone last Thursday pretty quick, and it was finally resolved, I guess.
Sort of.
Hadn't heard, sort of.
Would you get back $80 out of the 10? So you spend $10,000 worth of total Hood County employee time to collect $10?
Well, a little more than $10 because we found out there's 3 or 4 more.
There's a few issues that we are waiting on for. One has been posted, we've received the money, but in the Tyler system, it's not showing who it is or what it's for. So you have a disconnect between the two, the money that's actually received, nothing showing on JP's end. So we're in our offices also having to deal with that, find out where it's coming from, why is it not pushing through. We need it in May, we can't do it in June, so it affects a lot.
So we have the auditor, we have the treasurer, we have 4 JP offices.
Got Steve, his IT guy.
Oh, yeah, and that's, so there's a lot of people trying to solve the Tyler issues. Here's another one, the Omni. We collect Omni fees, right? And an Omni fee goes to the state, it's a $10 fee, used to be $30, but the state actually paid off the Omni system, right? And now it's just a $10 fee. We had to go back and change thousands of warrants in our system because during the conversion from net data to Tyler, a lot of these tickets that were supposed to be 30 were now 10, or the ones that are 10, all the money went to the county instead of it being divided back to the state, because the state still wants their portion of it, if that makes sense. It used to be out of the $30, the county collected 10, the state got 20. Well, now it's the state gets $6 or $7 and we get 3 or 4. That was a glitch in the system too, that we spent weeks trying to fix that. We finally got it fixed, but it's just, there's issue after issue after issue. So the justice court fee that I just gave you, it allows for salary to be paid to the clerks in the JP's office. And I think that would be appropriate because they are dealing with IT issues. It's a technology fund. So this could give our clerks, our chief clerks, our office managers, the raise that, so we asked for 20, I know that's high, 10% would be doable out of that fund and still leave money in the fund for us to purchase an IT item if we need it. If it was a big purchase, that's for our auditor and treasurer to see, how much money, and if that money would going to the salary of the office managers be ample enough or appropriate enough if we had a purchase. There may be a conflict there. So, yes, sir.
Additional training that the chief clerks can take to help them navigate these issues. I'm just asking, is there anything that's available where they can, help? If they're having to do all this extra work, and I'm not saying they're not, because I agree. Is there any way they can, take some kind of courses or anything that's available to help that?
We're in discussions with that now. Steve with IT is looking at Tyler because there's training that Tyler does. There's wholesale training where everybody does it, and then there's individual training, and obviously the cost of that is expensive, but some of that could come out of our technology fund as well.
Like we just discussed, we go after $10 and spend $10,000, in resources to get that.
Right.
That's what I'm asking.
Well, we're going on our 4th year with Tyler. and there's always new issues that come up, like this rice and
I'm
rolls.
disappointed to hear that, because when they sold it to us, they were gonna train, and this one girl said that she would be there to help that. Did she ever come over there to do that? You know
Well,
what her name was?
That worked for us?
No, work for Tyler.
Well, there's multiple people at Tyler. We've had several project managers. We continue to get new people inserted because of different problems. Whether we have a whole person they put in just for the OCA reports who's working to fix that. And Tyler, to their credit, we love the people at Tyler. The people at Tyler are nice. It's just the software product that is not good, especially for JPs. We send those 12 people I mentioned, those are all 12 new people that we deal with. There's all different types of names. It's not just Austin. Austin's the over all of it at Tyler, but they're interjecting new people all the time that are experienced in whether it's the OCA, the mapping, or the different reports that we do. So they are trying to help, but it's just, we have constant issues, and one day there may be light at the end of the tunnel, but right now we're having to go through a lot of painstaking process and applications and trying to apply, just like this, the rights and rolls. This is crazy.
Which is something they ought to be doing, because our office is having to do the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, the common sense of this is their product. They should know how it works and give it to us working. But again, they throw back the customization at us, right? Well, the state of Texas does everything the same. The same transportation code, code of criminal procedure, penal code, all the laws are the same. It's just the JP applications, like I may call a case JV for juvenile. Someone else may call it JP for juvenile process. Same with civil or criminal. We just have different name tags we put on it. But basically, we all do things the same way, but Tyler wants to
Yeah,
make
y'all
sure.
don't have a different set of laws to apply.
No, the laws are the same. Like the issue on the mapping, the transportation code, it's in the book, right? Tyler should have all those codes mapped and in their software. They don't. And when they don't have one, it goes on our clerks, our chief clerks, who their title is SME, subject matter expert, just like Alicia is with the county clerk, right? And every department kind of has to have their own SME, their subject matter expert on Tyler. So
And they're making us do our own mapping,
yeah,
which is ridiculous.
it is.
Yeah.
It is. And again, I don't want to put, and I'm not putting it on our IT. It's their job. But no, it's Tyler's job. Tyler's to give us this product that works.
Do other JPs in other counties have the same problem with Tyler?
Yes.
Y'all talk?
Yes, sir. I'll buy one of you lunch if you find me a Hood County employee that likes Tyler. You heard it right here live. It's just, I talk to every office, and they're, you say Tyler.
And other counties. Have you?
Yes, sir. I was in JP school last month, and the Collin County, they said, oh, you're lucky you had that. We're having trouble with financials. Our whole money is upside down. So they have similar issues just like us. And if you look up Tyler, it's from California to North Carolina, Ohio, Illinois, Tennessee, and Texas. I mean, there's issues.
That is already out of business, isn't it?
No, sir. No, they're doing well. They're called i3 Verticals now, but they're at our conferences as well. One of the things I went through when we were going through the Omni reporting, because Tyler blamed it on net data. Well, I called net data, and they went, no. None of our current clients, had that issue. When the Omni charge went from 30 to 10, no other JP office that has net data today experienced that. We did. So no, net data, and they're at our conferences, and they're doing fine. But their moniker was JPs. I mean, they had JP offices perfected. Maybe not the constables, maybe not county clerks or district clerks, but
that was their niche, really.
Yes, sir. That was a good word for it. So. But you're welcome to come by and discuss the Tyler issues, but we know it. We're trying diligently to work forward and fix it and get it working. But when we get something fixed, another issue pops up. So
What you're saying is, of course, there are good work. If that technology fund could give the 4 chiefs, that are chief clerks that are working on that, that's a good raise right there. That would make, you know, I didn't like doing some of the cases that I had as an attorney, but they paid very well.
Right.
Or some of the attorneys I had to work with. I used to call my staff together. We're going to be working, we got a case, but it's against Jack Wilson. And so it's going to be just a pain to work with this guy. Because we know him from past cases. But it's going to be a real paying case. And all of y'all going to get good bonuses. And that made it go real easy if you got the money there. So that technology fund, that's what it's really for. Have we paid out any of that technology funds since you've been here?
We do pay a few things out of there, but nothing substantial. It doesn't have enough to cover the continuing. If you were to choose to use that as a salary offset, it wouldn't last
I
more than a
wouldn't
year.
call it salary offset, given this, I'm talking about just a
So
bonus.
the 20% out of the technology fund for our clerks would be a $9,000 raise a year. And the technology fund has, what was the amount? 66,000? So, and it's divided between the 4 JPs. So whatever, just say it's 100,000, each JP gets 25,000. Okay, so the 10%, if it wasn't 20%, 10% would be 4,700 out
Per JP?
for the JP clerk raises.
Per JP.
Per clerk a year, $4,700 a year. And so that is more manageable out of the technology fund. And we continue to contribute to the technology fund. It's $3 a ticket for every ticket we process. And, you know, the troopers aren't writing a whole lot of tickets right now, so, you know, it's gone down a little bit. But it's just a suggestion for something for y'all to consider, whether it's a 20%, 10%, or 5%. I mean, whatever the experts, the auditor and the treasurer could come up with that would benefit our chief clerks for all the additional work that they're doing.
And you're speaking for all of them on this, so.
On the chief clerk issue, is
I'm here.
Judge Green, their assistant here.
yes.
Yes.
And Judge Kelly Barnett also asked me to speak on this issue and just.
But do you have anything other than the chief clerk issue that you want to bring up to us?
No, sir. Just, and the two that I stated, my budget, my supplies to go back to where it used to be. And then all of our other clerks, the standard.
Whatever the other counties get.
Yeah, not our chief clerks, but our other clerks. Some of us have 2, some of us have 1, a 5% raise for them. So that's the 3 requests.
Let me ask you this, you said like all the bonds came due kind of at the same time. Does that happen cyclically? I mean,
So
does
it
happen
depends
every
on,
4 years?
it does. It does. Some are 2 years, some are 4 years. I mean, the bonds and the notaries. So my clerks are notaries, and we also carry bonds. And it just so happens 3 years ago, they all came due in the same year. And that hasn't happened since, and it didn't happen before. It probably happened under maybe Judge Tuggle. But, you know, when you hire new people, and depending on when they come in, you know, if they come in at a time other than when someone else's notary is due, then it's staggered. But
It seemed like there was a change in notary renewals. You know, they changed the time frame about that time, I remember too, the mind change.
3 years ago they did. And that's just kind of like hit us. But
I just didn't know if that was something that we could plan for annually, or you just have to know when it's coming.
well, we do, because we have in our budget notary and bond fees. And usually it covers But fortunately, when it doesn't cover, we dip into our supplies, which we did. And we had some other issues too, but we took it out of supplies, and that just lowered our supplies.
We did a transfer.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I got more answers if you have any more questions.
All right, good job. Okay, Jeannie, you're next here on the thing. All right, Ms. Stack. I understand, I got a question for you first of all. What is Waste
Do you have
Management
the-
doing about,
I sent it to Stephanie. What she sent me, I sent it to Stephanie.
Okay. What is Waste Management doing about getting new containers down there?
I have a meeting with them tomorrow.
You tell them, what is their contract? I'm mad about
We have it's a, 3-year contract? I discussed all of this when we went to change the hours last year. That gentleman was sent to Justin, he left, and I know they had a lot of problems, but 2 weeks ago they shorted me 4.
Is that the reason why all those mattresses are laying out there?
Yes. They brought, and one Saturday, which we have not been getting any on Saturday, we filled it with mattresses. I have 2 complete days of bulk on the ground out there right currently. I mean, if you thought it's been bad before, oh no, there are probably 4 containers on the ground right now.
Do they know that they're supposed to, that they're party and furnishing those containers and picking up that stuff?
Yes. And I had them update. I was supposed to get extra containers last week. I did not. That was the reason when I figured out Friday, I told them, I said, if you don't get those dumpsters, let me know. And I called or I emailed and scheduled, and I have an appointment with the sales representative, and she's not dispatched, she's a supervisor, tomorrow at 10 o'clock out there.
Let me ask you, is there any other waste management place? They're in breach of contract from the way I was getting it.
Yes,
We're
they
supposed
are.
to do it, so they're in breach of contract, they can't do it. I don't want to, if there's anybody else that can do it, because I think the time that we heard all this, they had more employees, more containers than anybody else.
They do.
Which is why we gave them the contract.
Yes.
But they're not fulfilling it. I don't know, that tall guy that's the musician, what is his name? Is that Justin?
BT Rhodes.
BT Rhodes. Is
Yes,
he
I have a
doing it?
meeting with him tomorrow.
You tell him that the judge, I know BT personally, which is why we gave him the contract. I'm really disappointed in that. That is just to junk those tires and those mattresses out there.
Well, now the tires, we schedule, and they go to,
Different place.
yes, American Tire Recyclers. We have currently, I believe, 430 tires right current.
So they're
We are on
registered.
schedule for them to pick up. When we have to have 200 for them to pick up.
But they got you got 400? So you've got twice the amount, so they're in breach too of their.
No, we do not have a contract with them. They are the only company in this area that I can get to pick up tires.
Well, we gotta be gentle how we handle this thing.
Well, they may, but you have to have a tire transporter license in order to pick up tires. So,
Well, you're gonna have to be very diplomatic then to get them picked up, aren't you?
yes, sir.
You
They
had
got
that-
upset with us several years ago, and I have had to jump through hoops to get them to come back. The company that's on the state contract will not pick up in Hood County. I can't even get them to give me a
What
bid.
did you do to them, Jeannie?
I didn't do anything to them. There was an issue with a payment, and we didn't get the payment out in time. But we haven't had that problem anymore. But they did send, they kind of have us on a schedule, the tire, and that just depends on how many we get in.
Well, if it's 200, you've got 400, that schedule hasn't been kept
Yes.
to our deal.
But we also have a problem with my budget. I may have enough to do me through July.
But we're gonna fix that, on the amendment, vote to do that. That you're gonna need some money so that they can pick up that stuff. That's a, hey, this fire marshal and sheriff, that's a health hazard there to have all that stuff. Those mosquitoes that get in those tires and water in there and stuff, that is a health hazard. We've got to come up with the money.
They
You
are
just come
stacked.
up here, we'll have to do an emergency, I'll call an emergency meeting on that. I don't live anywhere near that, so that's not my problem. But that's a problem for all those residents around here. I know that, and I don't like that at all. I don't like the way it looks, and it's a health hazard. So, are you gonna address that today in your budget call that you
Yes,
need?
and part of it, yes, sir.
Okay, well, that's not too concerned. You're gonna have to be very diplomatic, and if we've got a shortage of people that can actually pick up the trash and the tires and everything else, so. But BT Rhodes is still with that company?
Yes, he is, and he is scheduled to meet me out there tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Tell him that the judge mentioned him by name.
Yes, sir, I told him
Okay?
2 weeks ago
He does it out at
that
the
you were
ranch.
not happy.
He does it out at the ranch, and he does a good job there. We don't have a problem out there, but of course, we don't have the trash to the extent that you do either. So, okay, go ahead. Presentation.
Okay, whoa. So as far as the numbers go, for environmental health, the numbers are basically the same permit-wise that we have been for the past 3 years. We have had numerous court cases that have finally received the attention within this budget year. The case on Mabry, which was a vector trash case in Precinct 2, has been cleaned up. One of the junk car properties in Precinct 3 has been remediated, and we're actively working on a second case in Precinct 3 on the cars. We've had 2 OSSF cases get rulings, one in Precinct 2 and one in Precinct 1. And one of the worst vector trash cases has received an injunction and is actively being cleaned up, and that's in Precinct 1. I have one in Precinct 4 that we're working on. It's a very bad case. The problem is the owner of the property has declared indigence, they're handicapped, but they haven't paid the taxes and stuff, and we're working on getting that remediated through having it taken for back taxes. And then whoever hopefully purchases it, we can get it cleaned up that way.
Okay, go ahead. This is just.
We're working with, our office works with various departments in the county, including TCQ, the Brazos River Authority, and the various cities within the county. We work with the different departments. We work with the constable's office and have a great working relationship with the JP offices in the county. During this past year, my office manager has taken the TCQ DR course. And she will be certified as a designated representative for OSF. And I'm recommending that her job title be updated to chief deputy because she would be able to fill in my absence. She also is a paralegal, so we use her in various ways. And I'm recommending that we change her from office manager to chief deputy. And as we know, the Citizens Collection Station is always a work in progress. We have the new hours that we implemented. The citizens are very receptive to this. As you know, we still have some kinks to work out. We're working our way through the COG grant on the expansion. Purchasing has been working with the quotes and bids on the building and installation. And I've been working on bailiff quotes and scale quotes. The issue we're going to have is every bailiff quote I have gotten is $7,000 more than what our quote is or what we turned in to COG. So I have a $7,000 gap there. And that doesn't include installation.
So now we're talking at least 10.
Do what?
Now we're talking at least $10,000 shortfall.
Right, because, okay, the bids I actually have, and in some of y'all's paperwork, I did show a bid on a used Packer. The installation on these is just under $3,000. But one of the things in doing all of this research and stuff, we've been renting the compactor and the receiving unit for the paper and plastics. I know since March 1st of 2016. That total rental is over $46,000 that Hood County has paid in the past 10 years. The rental is $4,500 a year for the compactor and the receiving unit. The cost to purchase a used Packer of the same caliber, that would be Hood County's. The bid I have is $7,850. And a receiver is between $4,500 and $7,000 for a total of $14,850 and Hood County has spent. Now that doesn't include installation.
How much have we spent on rent? How much has Hood County spent on leasing?
Over $46,000.
Over 10 years.
Over 10 years.
Oh, okay. So it's $4,000 a year. right?
$4,500 a year, yes sir.
So it
But
pays
you
for
said
itself
that
in 3 years or so. How long do they live? What's the useful life of a Packer and whatever?
Do what?
How long do they live? What's their lifetime?
This one has broke down twice in the past. I believe it was 19. It broke down, and then we've had some problems in the last couple of years with it. The gentleman that gave me the bid is the person that buys we purchased the Baylinoir from, and he refurbishes waste equipment like this, and he's from Dublin. And that was where he gave me the bid on it. That it would, where I come up with the dollar figures.
What's the warranty on a refurbishment?
He has not replied to that. Once you asked, I did ask about that, but I haven't heard back from him.
Versus the warranty on a new one, which is whatever it is.
The cost of a new compactor like that is about $30,000. So even if we would have bought one 10 years ago, it would have paid for itself, because it shouldn't have been 30,000 2 years ago.
So they live 10 years or more?
Do what?
Do they live for 10 years, 5 years, 12 years?
If the maintenance was done on the machine, the only time I get maintenance on the machine is when I call. They're supposed to be servicing it, but they do not.
So we've had the same one for the past 10 years?
They updated it, I believe, a year ago when it was down for about 45 days because they locked us out of the machine because of a safety issue. And I know road operations has asked for some equipment. It's my understanding if he gets some of the equipment, he's willing to let us have one of his skid steers with a grabber that will assist us in loading any bulk that we have on the ground, which should help us.
Okay.
And that's all I have. And I'll be out there tomorrow with Mr. Rhodes giving him grief.
Tell Mr. Rhodes, I'll be seeing him too. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Take care of this, okay? Thank you, Jim. Well, the election administrator, we just taken care of that, so she won't be, she's not going down, so that's through it. Am I right on that?
Yeah.
So now it's the constables.
Good we have,
Good.
good.
You've been here, are you, just a second, are you released? I know you were supposed to be here at 8 o'clock in the morning. Are you trying to get it over with now? Your doctor?
I didn't remember when it was. I just was trying to get it over with because I got to go to a doctor today and then to a specialist maybe tomorrow.
Okay, why don't you come on up here, let's do you.
Mine's pretty simple. I try not to ever ask for an increase in budget. The only, as far as my original budget, I'd like to put the money back up in advertising because I don't think there's enough to even finish out the year in that line item right now. But I would ask y'all to please consider an office manager for that department. I don't know what the future holds for me, but y'all have learned that y'all divided my duties up between departments and it made it really hard on them. If something happens to me and I'm gone, I don't think one person can do it, especially with net data gone now. You're gonna have to go to maybe that open gov where it's an online submittal. You're gonna have somebody in front of the computer all the time. So, figure out a way to do that. That's the one thing I suggest is y'all add office manager to that department. That way it does not close if something happens to me.
Good.
That's it.
That's it? Thank you, sir. Okay, I guess Chad, you're gonna come on up. Yes. Constable 2.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Judge, first I want to say it's good to see you back. I pray for your recovery and it's good to know what you're doing. Judge, Commissioners, my budget for this next fiscal year is mainly unchanged from the previous. I have asked for a small raise for my clerk, who currently works 2 full-time jobs to try to help make ends meet. I'd like to help ease up some of that on him. And a small increase in my ammunition budget, really mainly for inflation and such in the process of ammunition right now. Any other questions I'm more than welcome to answer.
Okay. That's it?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Here comes the guy. Don't even tell me what you want, Chad. Chad, you can't have a Cadillac Suburban. Yeah, and the other stuff.
So I will tell you that it's funny you say that. Years ago, under the military surplus, we found a Cadillac CTS. There was a wing commander vehicle.
that we almost got to use for free. Got the car. But we got beat
I
out.
didn't know that. See how clairvoyant I am?
Judge Commissioners, this is always the time that I know is tough, trying to get things looked at, where we're at, what we have, what's available, what we can do, can't do. We're going to start with 560. Yeah, which is the other one I have, which is Scott. Years ago, we had, the Commissioners Court had decided that that position was the same as the Sheriff's Office Lieutenant. Unfortunately, that position is $88,000 at the SO. The pay scale that the Sheriff's Office has, and the pay scale we currently are that was changed by the previous auditor and pulled Scott out as a separate individual. Brought him down and placed him where he's at now, but at the same time, we're slated to have employees making more than the department heads, the elected officials. And that's when I'll get to that in just a minute. So I'm asking for that increase in him to bring him up. Is pretty much the only increase. His longevity kicks in this year since he hit his 5-year mark with the county. We go back to 563. That's why I've asked for the increase on the elected official salary. Because like I said, we're slated to have employees making more than the department heads, the elected officials. In the past, this court has, in the past few years, has used examples of Tarrant County, Johnson County, Parker County. Tarrant County is currently at $144,000 plus $9,000 car allowance, which brings them to $153,000. Johnson County is at $125,000, and Parker County is at $105,000. Just to give those examples, since we use it for the pay scale for our law enforcement. The fire marshal is law enforcement just like we are, just like the sheriff is. We're all law enforcement agencies within the county. One of the recommendations made by the Hood County Security Committee after our last meeting is a person at the courthouse, the historical courthouse. And I've got that in here in the budget, but also I've got another person. You can't take and just put one person and leave them there all the time. Complacency kills. You got to rotate that person out. Having 2 people, having another person that's also working environmental crimes. Just as recently as the email that went out from Judge Samuelson, where we were having a talk about the water discharge that's happening in Canyon Creek's treatment plant. Well, underneath the Texas Water Code, that's an automatic felony. There's no culpability has to be proved, not intentionally, not knowingly, not willfully. Every day is a felony. But yet we're sending letters to TCEQ and getting them involved. They're writing letters and nothing's happening. We still have discharges happening and nobody's filing any charges against this place to try and stop these things from happening. So environmental crime is something that we've talked about for years, to have a person that actually knows what they're doing, that this are the things that they follow up on a continual basis. So that's the 2 people that's there. They fill the position at the historic courthouse, rotated in and out, not always just one person sitting there getting bored and getting complacent. And with that, I've asked for 2 vehicles in that request for those individuals equipped, and that was in my Fund 55 request. The one I had was 90, hang on, I got it right here. $79,000 per truck with all the lights for those. The one other request that I have, there's some the other small request in here, some education increase for those 2 individuals. But at the same time, there's one thing that currently I want to ask, and we can address it later again afterwards, is that for my office, we've been needing for the safety and some of the training that we've been going to
and it's beginning to be more and more prevalent, are drones. Small drones, don't need the big ones, these smaller drones, for 2 of them is around $3,052, I think it was, it's in that request on my Fund 55, but if we could move it up, it'd be great. They're in a small case, we carry the truck, because we're going to some of these evictions, we're seeing more and more people inside. Tarrant County's had individuals recently, as soon as they knock on the door, they're barricading themselves, they are attempting suicide, they're attacking officers. And we always go back to the unfortunate incident in College Station where Brian Bachman never even made it to the front door of the house. And he was shot and killed in the front yard. So that's why those requests are in there. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
It said it just is what it is, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Is there any other constables here?
We've done them all now.
So what?
We've done them all.
We've done them all? The tax collector's not here. I guess.
Leanne's
Come
here.
on up, mister. We got the fire marshal and the treasurer here. Sissy, do you want to come on?
Either way.
Oh, hold it. We're gonna take a break. We'll take a break. We're already past 2 o'clock. Okay. Are you ready to go? Probably Ms. Freeman, are you ready to go? You are Sissy Freeman, aren't
Sure, I'm always ready.
you? You're gonna speak for the rest of the ladies?
Well, sure, I can do that. I have something for y'all, just to take a gander at. There you go, sir. Y'all might already have one of these. That may be the one you have. Do you already have this one, sir? You may have one.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you, Jack, do you already have that one? Thank you.
Give me two.
I know.
I think I
Okay. So, Kevin, let me have yours back. I guess I didn't bring my copy that I read.
Oh, here, which one do you need? That's one back?
One of each.
Is that?
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll just, and I'll give
Okay,
them back to
you're
you
good.
so you
I've got
can
it
look
in
at
here,
them. Yeah. I guess I left mine on my desk. So, as far as just our budget for supplies and miscellaneous and copiers and all that stuff, I don't have any requests there. But I'm going to echo a little bit about what Judge Gillum said, because Tyler is a mess. I was going to show y'all this. I'm not going to harp on it. I know he said a bunch of it already. But this is one ticket that we put into Tyler. Emails, instructions, 27 pages of instructions on how we can fix something. And when we got to about page 23, we didn't have the right roles to complete the task. And it was an all-day affair. This has been going on since April the 23rd, last talked about on Friday at 3:30 p.m. And it's just, this is what, it is ridiculous.
Sissy, have you talked to other JPs in different places, like,
Yeah.
other than Collin County? I know we've used that on the field, but
I
have you
went
talked
to,
to them in like ERAD and Parker?
I haven't in ERAF lately, but when I was the office manager for Judge Howell, I was in contact with ERAF all the time. There was a couple of clerks over there that were new, and they called us to ask us questions about Tyler because they weren't getting any help either. And then I went to Judge School in April of this year, and it was discussed a lot. There's just issues with Tyler. There's not enough instruction on how, just like Steve and I and Chris had talked one time. So I went to the training with Tyler when I was a clerk. Missy was the office manager. We both went. So just say I retained 90% of what I learned. And then we had a girl come in and I trained her. Maybe she got 70% of what I was teaching her. So the next person's going to get 50. There's no add-on training for us to get a refresher course or for new employees. So just last week I talked to Austin, which is our Tyler representative, on Wednesday. We had a Zoom meeting scheduled, and it was just he and I on there. So we got to just talk about some things, and he had mentioned that Steve was working with him on getting us a specific person for the JPs to talk to. And he had a magical name for it, but just say we would get 10 hours, and that's not like 60-minute hours. It's how they determine what kind of meeting and what kind of training you can have. And you get those and you can learn things, but when you call, you have a specific person that you get every time. It would be like if someone worked here in our IT department that was specifically for Tyler. You would have a specific trainer, for lack of a better word, and I'm like, that would be amazing, but it's not free. I mean, it's costly, but that would be amazing because you know what? We don't call them every day by any chance, but it's not for, you know, a messed up password, or it's for something that we need right that minute, and we get put off like this. If we, as clerks, or when I was a clerk, make a mistake taking a payment at the counter, and knock on wood, it hasn't happened to us but one time that I can remember, and I think it was me a long time ago, we can't fix that mistake. We should have the power to reverse that right away and then retake the payment from the person. We don't have that. It's just a mess, and I'm sure Leanne, this may have been taken care of, but we had someone pay $500 towards a ticket, and y'all got the money, but it never went into their ticket, right? I'm making sure I told that correctly. And that's still pending, right? And that's been almost 3 weeks ago, so we can't even do our monthly report today. I mean, I guess we can, we'll have to amend it, but it's a huge mess. So that's what we're dealing with. So I just want to reiterate what Judge Gillum said about how hard our office managers work. And they do this without complaining, but they also do this, they come to work, there's a little bit more dread in their eye. And I think all of us take great pride in having a good office atmosphere. And when you just constantly get faced with problem after problem after problem that can't be fixed in a timely fashion, it's frustrating.
The pitch that was made to us is that Tyler was replaced, well, of course it is on the e-filing, it's the Tyler system that does the e-filing, am I correct?
Yes.
So that's statewide.
Yeah, and we don't have much trouble with e-file. That's a whole different part of Tyler, to be honest. We
I
don't have a
understand
lot of
that.
And
trouble.
they go to Purdue also?
We have Purdue Brandon for our
Yeah.
collection company.
But not that, not financial.
No, not for financials. They're just our collection company, yeah.
Okay. Here's what my point is. That was one of the big selling points, because at that time, Tyler was overtaking Nat Data. And Nat Data was on its way out, is what we were told, and it looked that way. Now, I know that they have a special little niche with the JP courts, but we couldn't keep just the JP courts on that data and have everybody else in the county on Tyler. Have y'all thought about talking to Shelby Slauson or the new senator that's going to go over there and put some pressure? If every county in the state of Texas that has Tyler is having problems like y'all are having with JP, I just think our representative and our state senator needs to know about it and tell him, y'all not keeping your end of the contract. What are you going to do about this? Have y'all talked to them about it?
I've not thought of
I mean,
talking
I'm
to
a
Shelby
solution guy. You know, my clients would come to me, I make up stuff. You know, I have people tell me all the time, what you filed doesn't make any sense to me, but I won the lawsuit. You can just be persistent about something. What about talking to Shelby Slauson, and have y'all
I have no
tried?
idea. I have not thought of that. No, sir, I haven't. I don't know
What
she
about
might or
you,
might not do.
Mr. President of the Treasurer Association of the whole state of Texas? Is you're for the whole state or just for a region?
I'm sorry?
Aren't you president of the treasurer?
I will be in 2027, but it's for the
Oh,
whole
well, that's
state.
good. That's
Yeah.
the will be for the state of Texas, right? Well, when you talk to the other treasurer, since you work with the JPs on that,
You still have a choice on which programs you want to use, and the court chose to go with Tyler, so I don't know if the representative or the senator can help with that at all, because technically our court chose for everyone to go to Tyler across the board, when honestly, elected officials have a choice to pick which program they want to use. It's easier if they all have the same system, but the
Well,
court made that choice.
And honestly, now to go back would be another huge, gigantic headache, and there would be more training. But I'm just trying to put a bug in your ear of what we have to do. We're working on this roles and rights. Deb said there was 176 pages. They've worked on it 3 times, and there's 5 sections, and they're at line item 1,500 out of 2,500, and they worked on it for 9 hours. It's not easy, and anyway, that's not all I came to talk about. I just wanted to add in from what Deb said that I 100% agree, and add just a little more and just show you the kind of tickets that we have and the kind of response we get from Tyler. I mean, this has been going on since April. So that's that. Something else that I wanted that I had requested, I think y'all saw this. I'm requesting that my office manager pay be increased and moved to a step level 3, and then plus her raise, that that, just like Deb said, we're asking for a 20% raise, and he may have said this, but if the IT fund can pay 10% of that, then we certainly want to make sure they get the other percentage that the county employees are gonna get, everybody else. So if IT fund paid 10% and everybody else gets a 5%, they would get a total of a 15% raise. My office manager has been with my JP office, or since the JP office, since 2021. She came in October of 2024 as a full-time clerk before I took office. In January of 2025, she stepped into the role of office manager. And unknown to me, because I just didn't read the budget properly, I guess, she came in as a step 2 office manager when she really should have been a step 3, because there was very little training that took place for her to be there, and she was very well qualified. So I would like for her to get up to that step 3 salary and then have her raise this year on top of that. That would make her current, if we did the 20, her current pay is $44,300, and that would make it go to $55,500. Item 2 on my budget, I had talked about my clerk, Gina, just requesting the same raise that everybody else for the county would get, which we're asking for 5%. And item 3, I'm asking that my part-time clerk could become a full-time position. She's been here for over 2 years. She works 32 hours a week, and we could use her for 40. Just this year alone, we've had a $60,000 increase in monies paid from 24 to 25. And so far this year, we're at a 76% increase in our civil filings. And comparing January through April of 2025 and 26, and typically these are our slow times of the year, so the big stuff's coming. This increase shows that we are a busy office, and this salary would be easily paid by this increase. Something else, just a few numbers. So our JP budget in 2026, the first 5 months versus 2025 to 2026, our debt claims have increased by 66.7%, evictions 27.3%, small claims 133% increase, our administrative hearings a 16.7% increase, and our occupational driver's license hearings have increased by 14.3%. I'm not one to waste taxpayers' money. When I was the office manager, I requested to Judge Howell that we have 2 part-time people come in, because at that time, the workload that we had, we could get the work done, but it's not like that anymore. So like I said, I would like to have my part-time position turned into a full-time position. Another comparison, in 2024, we received 247 debt claims. In 2025, it grew to 365. And if we maintain that 67.7 increase, we'll have over 600 by the end of the year. So I appreciate getting the opportunity to talk to y'all. If I can answer any questions, I would love to. So I'm asking for my office manager to get a step pay plus her raise, my clerk to get a 5% raise, and my part-time to become full-time. And that would be bringing her in at a step 2, because she has been here for 2 years. Any questions, anything I can answer?
I got it.
You got it?
I got it.
We give you that back in case you want to jot anything down. Thank you for letting me borrow it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, thank y'all very much. Appreciate it.
JP2?
JP2? Okay, come on up here.
Sorry, I'm about to have a call to go through.
You got a call?
Yeah, but this won't take long. Good morning, everyone. So I made a mistake when I was filling this out the other day. If y'all look at mine, you'll say, oh, Jeff's on says 10% for the office managers. That one's supposed to be a 2. Just so all 4 offices match the same. We're all asking for the same thing.
Okay.
I want to reiterate what Dub said and what Sissy said, and I'm sure Steve will say the same thing. Our office managers are spending way too much time on Tyler stuff and not office manager stuff, things that they're supposed to be doing, what's actually listed in their role as an office manager and a clerk. So that's the reason for asking for the help on the salary deal. Tyler's been a problem since it was started. I venture to say that we've not had one correct report sent to the state yet. There's always errors on them. And we've basically been told to correct them and deal with it. So it sounds like to me that when y'all got Tyler, you actually got an incomplete product. It wasn't ready. And 4 years later, it's still not ready. And the task has been put on our office managers to correct those problems. Which me personally, and I've said this out loud, so I'm not saying anything that nobody in this room hadn't heard before, I don't think it's their job. They're office managers, they're court clerks, they're not IT people. That's not supposed to be their function. But it has been laid upon us, so we will take care of it. So that's the reason for the 20% raise for the office managers. And like the other judges said, we're asking for 5% for the rest of our clerks. The only thing I changed on this is the incentive pay, asking for another $300 because I do now have 3 full-time employees and not just 2 full-time employees. So the incentive cost may go up just a tad. Don't know for sure, but I wanted to put that in there just in case. Are there any questions? Anybody got anything?
I think we got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good.
Y'all have a blessed day, and I gotta go take care of somebody.
All right, we'll take care of it. All right.
Thank you for stepping back.
Yes, JP3.
Good morning. So what I'm asking for here is, I'm requesting my office manager to have the increased pay because of IT and all the stuff they're having to do with, that 20% if we can. That's what we're all been discussing on JPs. The office managers have been given increased IT responsibilities, coding, configuring, and mapping is not in their original job description. And also we're asking for a 5% raise for our other office clerks. Let's see. One thing else I'm asking for too is my part-time clerk, Ms. Sherry Peebles, is retiring at the end of this year. Her last day is December 31st. So I'm looking to replace the part-time with a full-time and not another part-time. So it'd still be 3 employees, but the part-time spot going to a full-time spot. And the reason why I'm looking at that is because the increase in the workload as of right now, as of the first 5 months of the first 5 months of the year, we're already at 38%. And by the projected workload increase by the end of the year, we're looking at about 69% increase. And that's taking the budget that we have already this year and multiplying times 1.38% to get the extended year budget or workload. So I'm looking to get a full-time in place of her to take care of that. And as far as the money, the payout, the difference wouldn't be much except for the benefits. They get benefits, but the payout would be probably a difference of probably $13,477. So that's what we're looking at. And I think with all the IT stuff that's going on, they have a lot of responsibility that they normally didn't have before. And Brandy has a load of stuff she has to do. It's constant. And then there's always stuff going on with the IT. They get there so far, and they get to a certain point, and they cut them off because they say you don't have access to do this, but that's what they tell them to do. So we're still working on that and hoping to get that fixed up, but we're asking for a 20% raise for that and 5% for the regular employees.
How long has the part-time been working for you?
She's pushing 8 for my office. Well, for my office, probably about 5 or 6 years, I believe. But total, she's been here probably about 18 years, 20 years.
Okay.
Because she was with Gwen before,
Then she went to another judge that's not here anymore. Then she came back to this one, and she was with Hal for a while, and so she's been here a total of probably, I think, about 18 years, something like that.
So she's not new by any means.
No.
That's right.
And so, and I'm looking at if we do get that full-time part, if it's a new person, totally not with the county, starting out the basic, whatever that would be, the 30, I can't remember what it was now.
38,447.
Yes, it'd be that. Now, the only thing that would make that different is if they work with county, transfer from there to mine, it may be a little different because of that. But other than that, that's what we're looking at. Anything else?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Let's go back here. Is there any more constables here?
I think they're all done. I think Chad Davis did, right?
Okay.
That one. Treasurer.
Okay. And the librarian, the librarian, I guess if I come down here, maybe. Do you want to, you've been sitting out here the longest, do you want to come up here, Miss Treasurer?
Yes.
I know,
People have
I
to
guess.
this week.
try and make a call to you to give you some.
Yeah, don't want to miss that.
It's going to be.
Thank you, good morning. I don't know where to start because I've kind of heard a lot of information that I kind of want to download on. The issues with the JP's offices, my clerks also have to deal with. Luckily, I have a contact with Tyler that when we had the $10 missing and we're having to search through every department to figure out what it was, I reached out to her. We found missing money for a JP that hasn't. So break it down. What happens is we receive money in our office. We match it to the reports of the JPs or the county clerk, district clerk. So if there's something missing and we have money that we can't match it to, then we have an issue. So we had $10 come in the other day, no clue where it come from. You have a merchant number, it's a new merchant number. We assume it's district clerks because they had just started their new credit card system or whatever they had started. So we're searching and searching for this. In the meantime, I have a contact because her contact is out of town. They have no access to anything in the system to be able to see these. So they say they didn't take the $10. So I reach out to Tyler. I got a response. Well, it just so happened I was able to reach to my contact for more information, and she found where JP did not have one that we had money for that was not processed. Second time this month that it's happened, once with JP1 and once with JP4. So it is an issue on their end. It's also an issue on our end because we're having to deal with the same issues, trying to figure out where the money is. And like I said, once they cross over months, I don't think in Tyler that they can, or whatever EagleSoft that they have, that they can go back and post it in that month. So you have to, it's a very fine line because now you've received the money, but now it's crossing months. So it has been an issue. If you catch it early in the month, hopefully you get it resolved by the end of the month. Like I said, between our office, Kristen in auditor's office, the JPs, the county clerks, everyone, we work really hard to try to get all this together. It's not fun. The issue that we have with the $10, which I'm still trying to locate, I believe it's come from the county or district clerk's office because the merchant numbers now match. It's their new defendant access program. So what I believe happened was Tyler put the cart before the horse. So they gave them the access to do all the things that they needed to do as far as people can log in, they can make transactions, they can swipe a card, they can do all the things, but they didn't give them access to run any reports to see what was actually hitting. So we start getting money, they have no reports to give us, we have nothing to match to. It's been a big process the last week, you know, and then we have our Tyler, which I love our financial software. I don't know, it's great for us. We do have issues. Friday, our receipts stopped working. We couldn't get any receipts to print out for our departments that would bring in money for us. So that was an all-day thing for us to try to figure out. They do help us. It's not always a quick process, but as far as the software itself, I love it on my end. So that to say, my office tackles these too. So if I had a technology fund, I would definitely ask for 20% because they deserve it just as much as anyone else. And also we've taken on additional duties as far as, you know, now we're paying reimbursements in the payroll. You know, we've done a lot more this time. I wouldn't ask for additional staff because my girls have it. With that being said, I'm very lucky to have them. Any questions about the Tyler stuff? JPs? Anything? Okay. So for my staff, I always try to be really frugal when I'm asking for money, and I do know they work hard. And like I said, I would love to give them 20%. I'm asking for at least 5%. I think they deserve that. I think they deserve more, but I would like to at least see 5%. I did have to increase my longevity because I do now have an additional person that will start receiving longevity. I would like to increase my travel just a bit, just to be able to have access to take my clerks to training. I believe, like Sissy was saying, one might learn 90%, the other might learn 70%, you know, so coming back and collaborating on the things that you've actually learned would be great. And I will swear in as County Treasurers Association of Texas, September 22nd, 2027, and I would like them to be there. So at least for one night, for sure. But I think that's all I really asked for. I don't have anything else.
And you're asking for, assistants to join you at some of the conferences. You're not talking about both of them going at the same time.
No, they can't both go.
We gotta keep that, maybe we gotta keep that office open.
Well, I mean, technically, we're not a public serving.
No, but I'm talking about for county business is what I was,
I mean, we could close for one day, but I would never do a whole week with both of them.
That's what I was alluding to, yes, ma'am.
No.
No problem.
No.
But I do agree with them, with going to some of the conferences to gain knowledge and, be able to do a better job than what they're doing already.
We do try to cross-train everybody in my office. We try to do all the same things, so if one, God forbid, something were to happen, they're able to step into that role and pick it up. There are times where we just don't have time to learn some of the other things that the other one's doing, so that's been a process, but yeah, it's very beneficial for them to know all aspects of the office. Like I said, God forbid if something happened to myself or one of them.
Yes,
Yeah.
Cross-training is always good in my book. I mean, that, we need that more than what we've got now, in my opinion.
Well, and there's still the case of letting go of control. So we talked about that earlier. It's a little bit hard sometimes to let go. I love payroll, and it's going to be really hard for me to just let someone else do it all the time. But yeah.
Payroll is important.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite duty of the treasurer's position. So yes, it's very important to me.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job. Proud of you for being a state field.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fire Marshal, you're up. Then emergency management and then IT.
Judge, Commissioners, I have two separate budgets, I guess. I have the 5430, which is the fire protection budget. The two increases on that is, I'm asking to increase the fire department subsidies by another $5,000 for the year. So that would bring the overall, that would be a $45,000 increase for all 9 departments. The other one is
I'm asking for more on vehicle insurance. Actually, the insurance in general. So my insurance line, we pay for the accident, sickness, the workers' comp, and vehicle insurance for the fire departments. With the new engines coming and the increase in vehicles and the increase in values and all of that stuff, our insurance budget line takes a hit just about every year. So those are the two increases on the fire protection budget. With that, I do want to remind you all, I still have the $9,878,538.04 ask from the fire departments for additional equipment. That's that spreadsheet that we keep updating. So they originally asked for it in the first workshop. It's been a year, a couple of months ago. The big thing with that is we've not told the departments yes, or also not told them no. The last budget hearing workshop that we had, I was asked to get updated numbers. I got those and sent them, and I still don't have any guidance on how we want to proceed. So just as a reminder, that cost, if you were to consider the radios that they're asking for, but I believe those are on the emergency management budget, the overall request with the radios is $12,145,202. So there's a big chunk of that that's radios that we had discussed about getting fire-rated radios and lapel mics, and then there's like 306 radios on the portable side. That's not accounting for the mobiles.
Radios has been an issue ever since I've been a judge here. We keep saying that we would get the radios that's going to take care of everybody, so everybody can speak. Everybody seems like it keeps coming up all the time.
Gosh, I'll go you one better. When I joined the fire department in 2002, that was discussions we were having back in 2002 about we have a better radio system coming, we need to improve this, we need to do this, and that it's, yes sir, that's been an ongoing conversation for a long time. Any questions on 5430? Okay, my other one is 5440, that's my office. Probably the biggest request on that I'm asking for, I would like to hire another full-time employee. And I would like for them to be plans examiners, inspectors, and code enforcement. So I don't even know that we have a line in the matrix that discusses what that payment would be like for that type of employee, but I'd like to hire in at about $60,000 to $61,000, depending upon certifications. So with all this new stuff that we have coming on, and the data centers, and the best plants, and all this stuff, I'm being asked to look at a lot of things that have not been in my wheelhouse for years. So I would like to have a full-time code enforcement plans examiner person that is their job.
Do you have somebody in mind for that, do you think?
Well, so out of my part-time employees, I have 3 of them that already hold certifications for inspector and for plans examining. So I would probably look to hire from within, but of course I'd have to post it and entertain anyone else that's willing to work for that money for that job. But that's one consideration. All my other items in there are small. I thought, Stephanie, was there anything in my 5440 that caused any hesitation other than the full-time employee?
I wouldn't say. You increased your training probably for that person.
Correct. Yeah, the training budget went up a little bit. Vehicle maintenance, of course, went up a little bit. Yeah, so it's the education and travel expense. I asked for an additional $2,500. That way I can try to get all of my employees to different conferences and stuff. In the past, what we've done is we try to offset every other year. I'll go 1 year, my deputy will go another year. I'll try to send the part-time guys to stuff that I can when I have budget left over, but normally I can't send everybody to the same conference at the same time, but there's usually 2 or 3 a year that are pretty productive training conferences that I might be able to send to 1 or 2 of those.
If you get additional employee, you still have sufficient vehicles to, for everybody to be operational?
So I have 3 trucks right now in our fleet. I would be able to do the whole
Rotator.
shell game thing and move things around so that they have,
Or if you're not gonna be coming to us for another truck, it is fiscal.
not yet. No.
But I can see it coming, and I'm not arguing, I'm not, disagreeing, I'm just,
Well, if I'm keeping that man busy, or that person, if I'm keeping that person busy 5 days a week, then I would either have to reschedule or rethink how I do my part-time budgets on Mondays and Fridays, and just not schedule a part-timer in on those 2 days.
Right.
And then basically they would be sharing the same truck with the person that's doing on-call over the weekend. And then if I just didn't hire in Monday and Friday, then that examiner could use that same vehicle on Monday through Friday.
That's a significant, expenditure that we have to get an additional truck.
Right there. Well, and the other thing I'm going to have to start thinking about considering is I've got three positions now working out of 2 offices. So I'm about out of room. If I hire another full-time guy in, I may have to look at finding a place to move.
Right. Just something to be thinking about.
Yes, sir. And you would think after all the years I've been here, I figured this out. Is this when I should bring up capital project request for my office? I think I would usually do that on Fridays, and I'm not here on Fridays, but I have an additional $38,500 worth of stuff I would like to ask for, capital budget-wise. And then it basically breaks down to 360 capture kits. It's a GPS camera system that you put it in a tripod in a room. You hit scan and it gives you a complete 360 vision of the entire room. So in the fire investigation part of it, I can set that camera in the center of the room, do a 360 scan, and then you can walk around and take individual pictures that will show up in that scan. And it also marks on the GPS map where that camera system was set every time it does that. The cameras are about 29 and change for the 3 of them. And the other request that I had is I would like to get some thermal drones to help us with fighting wildfires, search and rescue, that kind of stuff that I can put in 2 of my 3 trucks.
What do those cost?
Those, and I just pulled up some of them on Amazon before I left, but those are running about $8,200 a piece. Not a piece, $8,200 for 2.
Okay.
So they're about $4,100 a piece.
Those drones are real significant help fires and stuff.
Yes, sir. And I'll tell you, I have a personally operated owned drone that I carry in my truck that has been very helpful. So I know this is kind of a hot button item right now, but if you think about it on the use of in a fire, wildland fire, so I can fly overhead and direct trucks to hot spots and things that they may not see because it's in a ravine or behind a tree line or something like that. But my personal drone is not thermal. It doesn't work, I can't fly it at night, can't use it at night. But during the day, I've been able to call in brush trucks to hot spots in unburned areas that they couldn't see it from where they were at. And we're able to do that and give them direction, being able to see those things from overhead. And that's all I got. Unless you have any questions.
Thanks.
Good. Thank you, sir. All right, this is Margaret. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Wait a minute.
Wonderful. Just perfect.
Good, perfect.
Okay. I think I have 2 budgets as well. For my primary one, the emergency management budget, overall, my request this year has gone down from last year. That's primarily due to one of our radio annual service fees being reduced. With L3 Harris, we're on a 15-year maintenance schedule, and every year the cost changes based on what is required to be replaced. This year it's only going to be $86,000, so overall the budget for our radio maintenance line is going to go down a little bit. Contract services, that's also going down just a little bit as well, because our Everbridge mass notification system cost is not going to cost quite what we were expecting it to. I think that's all I have on the main emergency management account, unless you think of anything else. Okay. We also have our disaster account, which is, the court typically allows us to keep $250,000 in that account for disasters. This past year, we've used it for emergency food assistance funding. We can use it for any storm damage, wildfire disasters, things like that. So my request is that you continue to allow us to keep $250,000 in that account. In addition, the past couple of years, that's where the Texas EMS subsidy has been pulled from. So I went ahead and added that back in as well. Texas EMS is requesting $800,000 from the county for this upcoming year. That's all I have on that, aside from our capital project requests, which unfortunately are big this year. The first one is going to be, well, let me start with kind of like an easier one. A couple of years ago, we started looking, after 2021's Winter Storm Uri, we started looking at our fire departments and our EMS facilities and looking at what we needed to do to get generators installed at those facilities. Because when the power grid is on the verge of collapse, they can't get their doors open, they can't keep their buildings warm. If they keep medications in their buildings, which anybody that's an EMS station does, those medications have to be kept at a certain temperature. And several of our departments either do not have generators at their stations or they're not sufficient to run what they need to run. We looked at applying for a couple of different grants to get funding for those, and between the grants and the requirements, it ended up jacking the price of the generators up so incredibly high, it didn't seem like it was a wise use of county funds. So what I would like to do is we've looked at the size generator that every department would need based on their max usage and what capacity their station can hold. And we've looked at what priority levels, who's top priority versus who has one that could work or that we could retrofit, things like that. What I'm requesting is that the county look at purchasing 3 generators a year for these stations until we can get all of them taken care of. If we do that, I estimate that this year will cost about $400,000. But I think that's probably a more manageable approach as opposed to spending a couple of $1 million to get generators for every station immediately. My other requests are radio tower redundancy. We've had a couple of issues with high winds and things knocking the microwave links out of alignment for our radio towers. We can certainly go the fiber optic option for redundancy, but that's going to be several $1 million. Travis and Sean with the radio team and Steve have worked on a radio tower redundancy program that is beefing up the microwave links and the dishes that are on the existing towers. It's much more cost effective. It's about $750,000. And that includes 6 years of maintenance on the towers and what we're going to purchase. We think that that'll be sufficient redundancy for the tower at a much more affordable approach as well. The last request that I have is radio additions. And I know every year we request more radios, but we have a couple of needs this year that I think are really important. Overall, our request is $3 million, just about $3.4 million. That is going to be new portable radios for the fire department, new mobile radios for the fire department, the transport office and the jail for the sheriff's office needs new radios as well as a couple of spares and new consoles for our EOC. I know that's a big request, but we've had repeated issues with the Kenwood radios not working on towers that are not Hood County towers, so our Somerville or ERAF towers, the Kenwood radios are not picking up on, and it's becoming a life safety issue for our fire guys. In addition, and I think Jeff can probably speak to it a little bit better than I can because he was at the special called meeting for the fire department request. The idea that the fire marshal and the fire departments came up with is to have a radio in every seat of the trucks. Is that correct? That way we're not having to keep up with radios, we're not losing radios. Everybody that has a butt in a seat on a fire truck has a radio, which I think is not an unreasonable request for them to go out and fight fires for us. Anything you want to add on that?
One of the really nice things with these portable radios that we'll be able to do is, as they assign it to that truck, they can assign that radio to a seat. And so if the firefighter on engine 92 in the back seat calls a mayday, dispatch doesn't get an alert saying that station 90 has a mayday. They have an alert that says engine 92 firefighter 3 has a mayday. So we'd be able to get the emergency coverage when guys are in trouble to be very specific as to who it is that's activating that alarm. One other thing I would kind of point out, if we get these 306 XL400 radios, I'm going to have some XL200 radios that may be able to be repurposed to other departments that need them. That we do have some XL200s out there now that are technically not fire rated, and even if we bought the fire mics that we were talking about, that radio in particular will not support the functions of that microphone. So the 306 XL400 radios that are fire rated will support the fire rated microphones. So we may have some that we can kind of move around to different places that might help reduce this some. But the Kenwoods, from what I understand, when there's a particular switch in the radio system that once they turn that on, the Kenwoods will not interact on the Harris system. So I do have to replace all the Kenwood radios with Harris one way or another, either way.
Are they any closer to figuring out what's going on with that? I know this kind of came about with Somerville deal, right? Whenever Somerville came on, is that when Kenwood's?
Yeah, part of it, but so there are still places in Toller's district where they can't interact even on our system. It just doesn't have the coverage. It won't reach the tower. And I believe there's places in Crescent that are the same way. If you just go to the railroad tracks in Crescent, their Kenwood radios won't work.
Cell phones don't work there.
It looks like all those radio companies getting together, Moody, to our disadvantage.
I got it the wrong line of work.
Really, that's a shame too.
So the bulk of the radio request is going to be fire department radios. The jail needs radios, it's going to be about $54,000. The current radios that they have are not on the radio network, which we think is going to pose an issue. So we're trying to get some upgraded radios, about $50,000 worth, so that they are on the network. The way something happens in the jail, they can tie right in immediately. Transport needs a few radios as well. They need 9. And they may be one of the radios that we can retrofit from old fire radios to go to transport. We'll see, but overall, that's a request. Any questions? Sorry.
That's some good news.
My emergency management budget went down by $78,000.
There you go.
That's all I got.
Oh, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna take Jennifer Lodston here because she's always so quick up here. You're gonna be a long-winded one, so. Ms. Lodston, tell us about the library. Is it gonna be the good news like you usually have for us?
Sure.
Sure.
I'm requesting a raise for my staff. I put 3%, I don't know what the normal is, and I didn't go back and look. So 3 to 5% cost of living adjustment for my staff. I'm requesting for my contract services to be increased by $2,000 because our integrated library system that we use, that creates our catalog and all of the things that we use it for, the cost of it keeps going up, so I need about $2,000 to make up that difference. And then I'm asking that a new budget line be added in when we got the bookmill bill. The foundation board had raised a lot of money to cover the gap that we didn't have. Plus, it's helped sustain the collection of the bookmill bill. Well, those funds are starting to dwindle because we've used them every year. And so now we're wanting to make sure that the operating cost of the bookmill bill is now part of my maintenance of effort in my budget. So we are asking for $10,000 for that budget line for its collection. We use a service, it's called McNaughton Lease, and it's through our main vendor, which is Grodart. And to keep fresh things, we have two different McNaughton leases. We have one for the library, but we also have one for the bookmobile. And that's the main way she orders books. And what happens is we get so many credits a year, and she can order off those credits, but anything that's not circulating, we get to send back. So it helps keep the collection fresh, and it gives us a way, it gives her a finite amount, because it's a finite space that she has to keep up with. And that subscription every year is, I've given y'all a copy of it. The foundation won't pay for it this year, but it's about $7,833. So if she had a $10,000 budget, it would cover this lease, plus any other miscellaneous things that she needs to order that she might not be able to get through the lease, that maybe the patrons have requested. So that's kind of where I'm at.
How many people are still using those bookmobiles? It's still the numbers that impressed me the last time. Do you have those numbers here?
I can tell you, she circulates about anywhere from 500 to 800 items a month.
That's pretty significant.
Yeah. The visits have, of course, our biggest patronage is our assisted living, our independent living, our communities that we go into for our retired folks or those who are in assisted living, those types of situations. And of course, in the summertime, then we have more kiddos because we go to their free lunch stops typically. And then, of course, we go out to Crescent Pods still, and we go out to La Pan. And we have families there that come out. We don't go out to Toller, we weren't getting very good. We just sit. But Toller's a little closer than La Pan, so.
Yeah.
But that's all I'm really requesting.
Good. Don't have any questions. Get it good. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, IT, you're up. You've been waiting here the longest. So give us some good news now.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. The packet I just handed out to you is a work in progress, so the numbers don't exactly match up what you're seeing on the screen with the auditor, but it does break out things in more detail, especially on the second and third page, where you'll see just tells you what's going on with the IT budget, what makes up the most contributing accounts. What's costing the most. So those just go into more detail, so that's what that packet is. If you scroll down, just looking at the expenses, the top few rows all having to do with employees' salary. Those are just placeholders. This is my first time doing it, so I wasn't sure, so I put some numbers in there for placeholders. When the court decides what merit is and all of that, those get trued up. And then I think the other smaller changes of some more training. We have 3 new employees, so out of 5 employees, 3 are new. So we have to have some training in there. You'll see that in there. Most everything else was a copy from the previous budget, which you all know was revamped prior to my arrival. So we are carrying that forward as is, except for the changes that I'm requesting. I think supplies needed to be kicked up, travel and expense, education are up a little bit just to support additional training for the staff. And most of those hardware software is the same. Where it gets down to the biggest ask for me is it is a capital project. I put it in hardware software. Again, probably just not in the right section. It's going to be mostly capital. But we do need to replace our storage network. So our storage array is end of life, meaning lots of things that come along with that. First, before I get into the justification, I just want to show you that on the last page of the packet I handed you, there are 2 proposals to purchase the sand. I Again, that's a storage area network is what that stands for, but again, just storage is good. We can buy it outright for the $838,000, which covers both the primary and the backup. Our other option is to lease. It's a 3-year lease with a $1 buyout, which is really no different than financing it. So the first year would be $405, and then but if you look at the far right, option 2, just to give you the total 3-year amount, if we end up doing the lease or option, we'll end up paying $885. So we can buy it outright, or we can lease it and save about $45,000. That's the 2 choices in terms of getting that. Moving on to just kind of why we need to do this. Again, it's that end of life, which probably the most critical thing is that we're not going to receive security patches for our storage array. In today's world, that's just not going to fly. We have to be able to get security patches. We're at, looks like, there's some additional details in there that I'm not going to get into the numbers necessarily, but we're roughly at 84%, I believe, was the utilization, which is nearing in. Not good. That's not where you want to be. You don't want to be running out of space. So that's the biggest ask for the budget is the capital. Of course, there are other departments that have their information in there as well. So there's something for the DA, a couple of the other departments that need to justify their expenses. I'm also told that we will receive some additional quotations for the sheriff's office, which will be included in the budget. I'm just waiting for those numbers. So those will get added appropriately when we get that. Sorry?
Can I add mine to it too?
If it's IT related.
Online.
So, that's kind of a high level. I know it's a lot to digest. I'm sure it won't be our last conversation, but can I answer any questions?
Tell me about Tyler on this thing very quickly. I've heard enough about this on the deal, but you do spend significant time with the chief clerks in the JP's office.
We do. Yes, sir. Tyler, it's a difficult topic. I feel like we're still implementing it. Several years after it was adopted, the decision was made to go live. The decision was made to make it Hood County's platform. It never felt like it was fully implemented correctly. So that's what we're finishing now. We're finishing the roles and the rights and the responsibilities. That matrix network should have all been done in the very beginning when Tyler was rolled out. I can't speak to why it wasn't, but we're fixing it now. It's a painful process. It's impactful. It's time consuming for all departments involved. But it's a painful thing, but we have to get through it. That's the only way we're going to get to a place where, it actually functions as we need it to.
See, that's my question. It looks to me like it's recurring. Is it the same problems recurring? Or are you gradually knocking something out that is fixed so that that problem last month doesn't reoccur this month? Is that being understood by the chief clerks in the JP's office, in your office? Are y'all actually fixing something that it stays fixed?
Yes.
Or is it a moving target?
Yes, sir, I believe we are doing that. In fact, it was the JP offices that reported really the issue where one office had the ability to make changes, take a payment, I believe it was, but they were able to make changes and do things in their office that impacted another office. So that brought light to the situation, and after several conversations and working with Tyler, we discovered the roles and responsibilities was the issue. Some offices had too much capability, some offices didn't have enough. So the exercise was to go back and how do you build something about this complex? Tyler's a very complex platform, it has a lot of modules. So you just have to keep that in perspective. When it's rolled out, it has to be done correctly. Everybody's role has to be defined. And that didn't happen, so we're doing it now. So what you're referring to in one office being able to make a payment, which impacts another one, when the roles and responsibilities are dialed in, that office will not be able to do that. So we prevent that from happening. Are would like to just maybe add a little tiny bit more on that. I've heard some of the other comments about the SME roles and those roles falling on the office managers. I will support that the office manager role, it does need to expand because of the tools that are required. Tyler's our tool, just like Office and many other tools that we have to use. And the folks in those offices with the subject matter expertise for their office need to be able to use the tools. And the tools, they need to get the proper training. And of course, if they're going to upskill to support that and use the tools, then I would be in support. I would certainly support those roles being expanded. If that means more compensation, so be it. But I think their roles are expanding. And I think you've heard that a few times today.
Lot to digest.
It's a lot.
How heavy this is. This is heavy. Heavy.
That one's biggie.
Heavy. Heavy. Have you taken your calculator to this yet?
The capital requests are nearly the total county budget at this point.
Not IT's capital request, just.
Oh, cumulative, it's getting serious.
They gotta keep you running. I don't know.
Yeah, unfortunately, when technology is not planned, I mean, we should be in front of these things and planning them so you don't have to have these big expenditures all at once. We're putting things in place for that. Included in my budget was 100 PCs. What we do with that is it's a tech refresh. You replace 20% to 25% a year, and you do that every year. So you expect that expenditure, and you're cycling that hardware over a period of time, and you're never getting into life. You're using up the full capacity of the life, but you're getting rid of it before end of life. And that's just proactively managing technology.
It is what it is.
I mean, I think we do need that program where we're not getting these huge flashes in the pan like this. We need to have a depreciation schedule. We need to be following that so it's more even for the budget.
See, some of the increases you got on there are due to CJIS requirement and changes that we have to incorporate that we have no control over.
Yes, sir, that is absolutely correct. Our closets that house our switches, which if you were to have a bad actor walk in and have physical access to it, could plug something into it, because those rooms are not secure. So you'll see locks in their door hardware so that we can secure some of those rooms. We may not get them all and want the first shot, but we'd certainly like to make an improvement. We've got several of our rooms that are, I would call, insecure at this point, meaning any county employee, and in some cases, even the public could get access to it. It's not good, not acceptable from a security standpoint.
How much of the FY27 add-ons are due to CJIS changes that we have to address?
I want to say that for the door locks, which is directly CJIS related, it was a shot from the hip because we don't have an actual quote, but we put in $50,000 to secure the IT rooms in the various buildings across the county. This is not the EOC.
And
EOC is already.
We, the county, have no control over it. It has to be done.
It's part of the requirements, yes, sir. We've learned a lot about the CJIS requirements in this last audit.
Okay.
That things have changed and they're requiring a lot more security, physical security and logical security.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Any other questions?
You're doing a good job, though. Doing a good job. You're working it out. Good. Okay. Andy Ferguson, a little tax collector here. We need, after hearing all this, you see we want to step up collection.
Make more money.
Yeah, make more money.
Mine's a little simple this year. I would like, I'm asking for, I have 2 bilinguals. Last year I paid for one of them out of my own pocket. Well, my BIP money, I paid for it. I'm asking for the county to cover both of them this year, because I have 2. And then I'm asking for my part-time to be raised, so I'm not asking for another full-time person. If I do part-time, raise the part-time up, I can get another part-time person. to help filter in when my other ones are out, like they were for a while now. And so it makes me shorthanded, so I'm asking my part-time be raised up to cover, not asking for another full-time. I'm asking for my RTS money, state money to be raised up because I had to give my computer away again to another employee because now I don't have another state computer, so I can't work on mine. And then I'm asking for my book money to be raised up because my NADA book went up to $375 instead of $225 now. And then the normal pay raises that y'all decide to give, we will accept whatever, 3 to 5, 50%.
Yeah. Well, I think that's true.
Yeah. I'm not asking for my travel because I do still cover part of my travel out of my VIT money, so I don't take that out of the county money. That comes out of my own money. So that's fine where it's at. Pretty simple.
Pretty simple. Good. You're doing a great job. You also need a new office space. Keep looking for that.
That would be awesome.
I mean, you all know off of each other there. I know that. So,
Yeah.
that one.
You need to come over and see my new, they finally finished the handicap section of my office now for
Oh, really?
wheelchairs to roll up to
I
now.
haven't been by it.
You need to check, when you get released.
Yeah. My wife is long being up here today. I can tell you that.
I know.
That building we were looking at on 377, it's been dozed and demolished, it's gone, it's flat land now.
She told me.
Yeah, I mean, it's
It's gone.
totally gone.
When you finish, can you give me a call though?
The one that,
By the bowling alley?
Yeah. Nursery. It's flat land now, 4.7 acres.
Yeah.
Flat land.
Well, I'm still talking to GISD about the Weatherford College building over there. Actually,
Yeah.
see if there's something we can do with that.
we're still on the
Is that
lookout.
$1,000 in the state equipment lease, that's for the computer?
Yes. Yeah, they went up from 763 to almost 9
It's
now.
So what about the extra computers, does that include that?
That's the
No,
whole
they
for the
bought,
whole year.
I think they're
That's
leasing
the
it
whole
out.
year.
There's something in there now.
Yeah, there's a,
They put something in there.
I do need to speak with you. All right, thank you, that was it.
Thank you very much.
Three acres.
but you need to be doing this.
I can't. They won't let me.
I know.
Okay, Ms. Graff, District Clerk.
Let's try to get the right things done.
I could just set it there. so they can-
Thank you.
You're welcome. There's someone here for one for Dave and then that too. Do I just give those extras to you? I don't even know if they need them, but yeah, the extras.
Did you email it to him or no?
No.
Okay, I can take care of that.
Okay, good morning, or is it after, almost afternoon? So I gave you a chart, and that chart really pertains to, I guess my biggest ask is I'm asking to give up my part-time clerk for a full-time clerk. And so the chart helps explain why. If you look at the chart, our criminal cases have increased approximately 13%. And that's from 2024 to 2025. Present is still, we only have about half of the information. Civil has actually increased approximately 74% from 2024 to 2025. And then our jury trials have stayed consistently elevated. So what I did was, this last time I hired, instead of hiring for a front desk clerk and a jury clerk, what I did was I hired for another civil clerk, and you can see why. Because our civil cases increased, and so prior to that, we had one civil clerk. And it was, as a matter of fact, it was so much work that the original civil clerk moved to criminal because it was just too much.
So we now have 2 on civil, but what's happening is, as far as jury goes, everybody in the office is currently working front desk. So we're just all, so that causes a distraction because you're doing work and then you got to get up and answer the front desk. And then one of my clerks is really working 2 desks right now. She's doing tax and then also jury and grand jury. And we all help out with that, but she takes the brunt of that. So with the population increase, of course, in Hood County, we have more cases, which equals more workload. So that's the ask for the full-time employee. We'll give up the part-time. Then I'm also asking for $2,000 more in supplies. Our ink prices keep increasing and we kind of barely make it as the budget year comes to an end. And then also I'm asking travel to go from $3,000 to $5,000. Part of that is due to the fuel increase, but I also like to have my clerks attend training with me. I feel like an educated office is just a much better run office. So every time I go to training, I try to take at least 1 or more if I can. It's helpful. The books, dues, and subscriptions are going to remain the same, and I'm hoping next year that maybe it will even drop it a little bit. I need that amount. Basically, I'm using it for dues through organizations that TAC, CAT, and the District Court Alliance. But we have found we just canceled our subscription to some of our books because most things are online now. So we're going to see how that works and see if that we can keep going that way because some of those books were over $1,000. And I can find a lot of that information online. So I'm hoping by next year we can maybe cut that. That's another area that we might be able to cut. So all we would need then is just enough to pay our 3 yearly dues for that. So the biggest ask is really for the full-time clerk, the travel increase, and supplies, and then I would be happy just with whatever you decide as far as the raise for all of the clerks. I would be happy with what the court decides. Are there any questions for me?
Okay, this sheet you just gave us, that's, for 2026, that's just, for the first 5 months.
No, if you look at it, it's 2024, 25, and then 26
I'm
is...
talking about for this over here, that's just for the first 5 months.
Yeah, that's just for the first... Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
What
You are correct. Yeah. Yeah, the civil cases are where we increase the most, so. And that was just the best change that we could make with what we were working with, was to put another clerk on civil and just kind of all pull together and work front desk as we can. But like I said, one of the clerks is taking the full brunt of jury and grand jury. And we all help with it, but it's a lot because the jury has to be paid. There's a lot of little intricacies that go with that she handles. Any questions?
That's pretty straightforward.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. You know what? I think we need to go ahead and break down, and then the only thing is really that we have, usually Linda Mellon never has anything.
And she doesn't. Brenda told me she has no changes, so she's not coming.
She does what? She does have something?
No, she doesn't have any changes, so she's not
Yeah,
coming.
that's what I mean. She never has any.
So all that's left is the sheriff's office and animal control, and the sheriff is going to speak on behalf of animal control. So that's all we have left on the list.
Well, let's go ahead and take a break for lunch then, and then come back at 1 o'clock with the sheriff. Then we'll do that.
I'm fine, is he?
Are you ready?
Wants to do, or?
Are you ready? Let's get through it. Let it get it done, we'll be done here.
Let's get it done. Get her done. That's perfect.
There's 2 deputies out there, so it all worked out perfect.
We're giving you 40 more deputies, it's a 20% raise. Are you ready for that?
That'd be great.
April Fools.
It ain't April.
What would you like to talk about first, Sheriff?
It doesn't matter. I guess I got animal control up on top
Okay.
here.
Okay, animal control, everything stays the same except for, just like what's been talked about before. Ask for 5% raise if possible for the people. And I am asking for one more animal control officer too. I didn't throw that out there. So, things are getting busy. They always stay busy, running from call to call to call. And,
Is Frank the only person in animal control?
no, there's Frank and Kaylee and Kelly and
Oh, that's.
Kimberly,
I would, Kim,
I forgot that Kelly is on these other.
yeah.
But down
And Kim's been in the hospital in bad shape, so. I don't
Who
know.
is it?
Kim. I can't think of what.
I'm sorry.
I haven't kept up with what all her problems
I was
are.
thinking the patrol versus the animal shelter, which,
Yeah, I got Katie and so we got a few of them out there. We need another one, so,
For an officer?
for an officer.
Okay.
We'll go to administration.
Okay.
And on the administration incentive and on-call pay, we're gonna need, total request is 24,000. It's a difference of 12,000. Moving down the list on training deputies, training deputy, we've got one, and he's got so much schooling under his belt, that I need to bring him up. He had fell below everything else, below the starting deputy pay, so I'd like to bring him up to at least the regular starting deputy pay. And moving down to uniforms and accessories, want to bump that up, request 45,000 from the 40,000, so that's an additional 5,000. And tires, we're coming up a little short there. We've asked for from 20,000 up to 30,000, so that's $10,000 difference. Contract services, from 13,000 up to 21,000, so $8,000 difference. Seems like every time we turn around, there's something extra we got to pay for with contract services, so I didn't bring that list. Investigation cost from 18,000 up to 20,000, so $2,000 difference. And then the same with them. Like last year, we'd asked for this overtime budget, so I'm asking again if we can look into doing that again, because we've tried cutting back on comp time and giving people time off, and it's just, the goals that were set for us just are out of reach. I think we've been through a couple of quarters and can't get there, and we've tried and tried with cutting the costs and giving them time off, and then it puts us short-handed out on the street. So, between vacations, comp time, court time, a lot of different things, and we're just still not achieving that goal that was set for us before we get any overtime. Or get the comp time paid off, I guess. So I would appreciate it if we could look at that again to do that. And probably needs to be at like $200,000 for the overtime. And the same thing, like I said, for animal control, whatever you guys are doing, but we haven't got an application from a qualified deputy that's been through the academy in a very long time. I'm trying to think when the last time was, so we can't attract people. We're still just falling below what others are. And nobody likes to hear Granbury Police Department, but there's just so many around that are paying a lot more. And so they can leave and make more money somewhere else or start somewhere else. So we're trying to hire them out of the academy. Like I said, I swore in two that came out of the jail. We put them through the academy, and now they're ready to start patrol today. Going through that, and we'll be sending two more next month, I believe is when it starts. And then we've got 3 openings still.
3 openings?
Yep. Yeah, as of today, I've got 5, but we'll be sending 2 to the academy. So they'll take 2 of those spots, but then still 3 openings. And we haven't had any, people send their applications and want us to send them to school all the time. But we haven't had any qualified peace officers come to us in a long, long time. So do what you can for us with the payment, with the paying the people.
What is the Granbury Police starting with out of the academy? Granbury Police Department, do you know?
I didn't bring any of that with me, but it seems like when they hear we're going up, then they're going to go up a little bit higher. So
If they're always a little bit higher, aren't
They
they?
need about 10, 12,000 more than what we're paying for county. For that.
When they come straight out of the academy.
Yep. So it's a battle that we seem to always have to be fighting. So, and trying to attract them from other places, we just haven't been able to do it. So do what you can for us, for the deputies. Next one, I guess, the Justice Center security. Unless you had any other questions about all of that.
Justice.
Yeah, on this one, I know everything's the same except for going up from 5,000 to 6,000 on maintenance agreements because of the metal detectors and all that. So a difference of $1,000. But then we had the security meeting, what's it been, like a month ago? Commissioner Andrews was there, and after that, it kind of come up to my attention that we haven't been doing what working as hard as I should be working to get keeping the security of this building. So, and JP1 had said that people were getting in by other employees letting them come in. Well, that's not necessarily my problem to oversee what other employees do or other department heads do to let other people in the building. But I guess if we see that, then we can tell them, don't come in. You got to go around and go through where the metal detector is and all that. So I was told when we first had this building, we had six people that were in security over this place, because we had down the main hall, one to Pearl and then this one here, we had both doors open, so that definitely had some other people involved in the thing. But last year I asked for one more for security because we lost one to retirement, and then my chief and a couple others wanted to put them in patrol. Well, I knew that wasn't going to work out very well because we always have to be down here to help out. today, Lieutenant Siegler was down here, and I guess he's still down here somewhere. And then he didn't get his work done for the bail bond and commissary and all of that. And we're swapping out with adding like my mental health people down here to try to cover. And we're trying to help people out in the field while we've got to do security down here. So for lunches and for everything. So I put in here to ask for like 3 more for the Justice Center, 3 more people. And Chad Jordan even was saying that we needed to have a person down at the old courthouse, I guess since I'm in charge of the security. So I put in here 3 for the Justice Center, 1 more position for the old courthouse. So always needing help. I'm not asking for people for patrol because we can't hire them anyway, but if I can get up to that, like I said, I got 3 openings, or actually 5 today, and then after next month we'll have 3, so hopefully I don't lose anybody else. We did have to let 2 people go here recently, so that didn't help matters any. So, any questions about that?
Do these have to be officers, the security people you're asking for this building and then the historical courthouse?
Yes. So hopefully I can hire them. So peace officer, like patrol. Are you ready?
Yep.
On dispatch, then I keep telling Sean not to do this microscopic printing, and he says it's Tyler that does all this. So I think you guys got a copy of his microscopic printing, even with glasses on. I still have trouble reading that. But they need 2 more dispatchers and then 1 TCIC position to help keep a lot of things going in the office. April, she stays going all the time, and we just went through that CJIS audit. And actually, I said we went through it. Well, it's an ongoing issue to get everything updated that they found in their findings. This year they changed a lot of things through their checklist that have to be updated and done different. So they're needing extra help out there for sure. So we request 2 more dispatchers and that TCIC position.
What's the TCIC?
Well, Texas, that's all the input of the Texas, I'm trying to think of the way to say it. But
Texas Crime Information Center.
yeah, to put all the warrants in and then checking all that stuff after it's in. So somebody just to do that, like today, this morning at 6 o'clock, I got told that Rania has something wrong with her hand. It's swelling up and turning blue, and she's a key person up there for helping all the JPs and just, she does so much to try to keep on top of everything. And she does all the warrants 95% of the time. And that's going to bog them down for the whole time. She's supposed to be going to the doctor today. She went to the emergency room over the weekend. And so I don't know what's really going on with her. But this other position would help Rania and them and dispatch to keep up with entering all the warrants. And I'm taking care of all the processing of everything through that.
Would that be a clerk level or a dispatcher level? It's hard to read this.
Yeah, top of my head, I can't remember. And yeah, this is about impossible to read this thing without a magnifying glass. Well, he's got it down as the same price as dispatcher. The top of that purple area, if you have his sheet. all the same. And then so that difference is going to be $171,210 for the dispatchers. Radio technician, we need to bump his. Travis has really been a big help for so much stuff and going out and taking care of fire departments and EMS and all their radios. So his pay right now is $51,700, and the request is to move him to like $55,000. He's worth a whole lot more than that, so but I want to keep him happy and keep him around. Contract services go from $3,400 up to $4,500, so that's $1,100. And then education and travel training, $25,000 up to $26,000, so that's $1,000 difference. Plus those 4 added people. And another thing we talked about is trying to get people that want to work night shifts, so we're asking for a $1 an hour night shift differential. Something to encourage to get people to work.
You think $1 an hour would do it? You think they would do it or not?
It's a good place to
We're
start.
talking, were we talking about that, Melissa, you and I mean, I was talking to somebody about it, but.
It's been discussed off and on through the years.
Yeah, I don't think, I'd like to try to, if we're gonna do it, to do it a couple of hours, let's do it for a couple of hours. But $2 an hour more, but $1, that's.
Well,
$1 an hour, they're gonna lose, 25% of it, you're right off the top.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, so. But, and that's it, you gotta give them something that said if it wants to work that shift, I mean.
yeah, and that's what we're trying to accomplish is something to make it worth their while to be there, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would, if you're for $2, I'm for $2 also.
I think that'd be a better,
Yeah.
Any questions about that? I guess transport is the next line up, but that's something that kind of takes care of itself, but the request to start out with $10,000, and that's a deal that gets paid back if they're out on bond, then we have to go get them, and then the bonding company has to take care of that. But here was last year, early in the year, we had a problem with a couple that weren't out on bond, and we had to go find and get and bring them back, so we were kind of running in a negative balance there for a while. But that's the only thing there. Next thing would be jail. 5690. Okay, going down the list on this, uniforms and accessories, seems like those guys always get the leftovers of everything, so we added from 9 to 11,000 for uniforms and accessories, so there's a difference of $2,000. And on them, same deal, we can get like a 5% raise for those people. Whatever you can work out would be great. We're not quite full staff, I don't think, right now. It seems like they come and they go, and they figure out they don't like being a jailer, and they know it pays really pretty decent if you look at it, but so they come and they go all the time. But if we can get, it's up to you guys how we want to do this. I know we haven't turned any dirt yet for the jail. By the first of the year we will, and then if you want to hire them all at once when the jail's built, or do it a little at a time, then maybe 3 to 5 jailers a year, get them trained, and they're ready to go, and we have everything done. but that'd be entirely up to you guys how you want to do it. If times are tough, then I understand that. And then the same thing with those guys. They're a whole lot easier to patrol than the deputies, but still with the transport people going all over the place, I'd sure like to get an overtime budget in there of like at least $100,000. Whatever we don't use and go back to the general fund. Any questions about that? 911 address. Okay, on that, supplies, we need to go raise that from $2,200 to $3,200 on supplies, so $1,000 additional. Otherwise, everything can stay the same, but I'd sure appreciate it there too. About $5,000 raise and, for the people, 5% raise. $5,000 would be nice too. 5% raise for the employees, there's two in there. And those guys work real hard with trying to keep up with everything we need for dispatch and the fire districts and all of that stuff. So they work very hard to keep up with that, plus the regular stuff. Just getting out 911 addresses. Next one I have is the Fund 54, the DARE. Dee hadn't been able to go out and do any of this, but from what I've heard, she still would like to do this someday if she can. So I'd like to keep that in place, just like it is. And we still have the revenue coming in from the clothing collections. I don't know how that's been here lately, but
I don't either. I can let you know.
I guess the medical, talk about next. So on medical, that covers the nurses and the, I don't know if this is 100% of the nurses, or if this has, I guess the doctor comes out of contracts.
It does have the doctors and dentists in there.
Okay. So we've been running lower than the budget has, but that's because we're too short on nurses. And that's just like trying to find people that want to work in law enforcement. Nobody wants to be a nurse over a bunch of inmates. So we're still trying. So we've been at 2 nurses for a long time now. So
Normally you have 4, right?
yeah, I've had 4 in the budget. We've had 4 for a period of time. So we're trying to get back up to that level with the elderly inmates, you know, the problems. We need to stay on top of all that so we don't lose any, like we've had problems in the past. So we have nurses there 24/7. So still trying to hire them. From what I've been told, I don't think we're out of line on what we're paying, but we haven't had anybody coming to us just even ask. So I'm not sure what to do. We talked to them up at the hospital a lot just to make sure we're in line with everything. But like the deal is that it's not, we don't have any that want to come to work for inmates. Yes, the other is like the forfeiture fund and abandoned vehicles, so we don't really need to worry about that. So that's all I have. I didn't even bring tomorrow's schedule. Is that going to be about capital expenditures or?
Yeah, do you want to talk about it now, or do you want to wait till tomorrow?
Well, some of the stuff like what Steve, the IT guy, said is that we're trying to get quotes for like Motorola. And so this morning I got a quote sent to me, but I'm not even sure how close. There it is. But I think they're still trying to get this figured out, so I've got a 141,810.98, but we're working with IT to see, to get that all fine-tuned. So I really don't know. Hopefully by tomorrow we'll have the specifics for you. I'll put it that way.
Is that for Spillman?
Yeah, Spillman.
Okay.
They're going to a different billing system where you, it's not, you know, this package, you get this much. It's like, pick what you want. And they're billing it out a little bit different. They say it's going to be about the same, but, so that's what I had for some of the totals, 141,000. But hopefully I'll have that narrowed down tomorrow. The vehicles, I'm so thankful for what you guys have done there. We've got the minivans in. I think at first the jailers weren't too, the transport guys weren't too happy when you say, there's your minivan, but they're pretty comfortable from what they're saying. So everybody's very happy with those, and plus we're saving gas money. So over the weekend, then Denise sent off the list. I think everybody got it sent to them of the different vehicles that they ship for trade-in models. So that's working like it's supposed to. I don't know what the costs are going to be coming back to the court or how that's going to really work. But and the new vehicles, the investigators are super happy, and those turned out to be nicer vehicles than I ever imagined that we were going to get. But so on behalf of the investigators, thank you for that. And Mary, she's just ecstatic. She doesn't have to worry about whether they can get from point A to point B with one of the old hand-me-down Tahoes. And she's got an Equinox, and so she's just as happy as can be. So I don't have anybody complaining about vehicles once we get them all swapped.
Denise does a good job on that, doesn't
She
she? I
does.
mean,
Yeah, she stays on top of it. So
Stays on top of it.
trying to think, we've got the Senate Bill 22 is, I know this year I'm going to have to probably cut back on some of the extras that I pay to the patrol guys, because it's going to, so we can get the raises for those guys. The ones on the Senate bill money, and then we've got to, oh, you can have that. So we've got to be able to keep them step by step with the rest of them. And there it was. So we're probably going to come up a little bit short. We're down at the bottom corner, the deputies, 31 deputies, street crimes times 5, corporals, sergeants, lieutenants. Probably going to have to change up those numbers to make it come out right, so we can get them the raises. Those deputies that are on it, the raises that they deserve. So we'll probably have to be going down on some of that. I want to keep the jail the same, but then on the deputies, we'll probably have to be coming down off of those. So I guess we'll get together when we get more settled on what the numbers are going to be. We've done, on another note too, that we've done everything we have to do for the Senate Bill 8. We're just waiting to hear back from them. I just got an email, well, I got some emails last week, and Steve Smith had talked to him, and part of the emails that I got, supposedly we're gonna get like $220,000 for our first check from ICE. So since, I got 12 guys that are doing that, or actually 14 now, I think, because 2 finally finished up their paperwork. So that's been working good. They had sent us a notice that get all your itemized list ready to send off to us so that we can see what we're going to owe you at the end of, I guess it was like last month. And Steve got that together and sent it to them, and then they called back and they said, well, your deal, your memorandum of understanding isn't completed from Washington, D.C., so all of this is on the house, you're doing it all for free. So the guys have got a lot of experience in all that, so they're still going to go about doing it. So maybe this month, since it's all approved, that's what they came up with, that number of $220,000. So Steve and I have talked about that and what to do with that money. That can go for people and go for equipment, and I know for people, then it's, then you got tax title, you got all this other stuff to figure in there. So they're always coming to me and saying it's too much of a hassle to drive, get in an MRAP and go places and do things. So we're looking at if we can save up some money and then buy an armored truck like what Glen Rose has, so we'd be able to take as many people and get there easier and all that. So, like here a few years ago, I bought a used one to you, I think, and it was around $300,000. So we'll see when that money comes up. So that'll be in from
Just
60.
ICE money?
ICE money, yes.
So you're still gonna get your Senate Bill 22?
That's same, or that's a different thing, yeah. Senate Bill 22, Senate Bill 8, and then we got the ICE money coming too, so. Good. So,
Every little bit helps.
yeah. And I brought all my, we got it this year, do a bigger, fancier, more bells and whistles, I guess, for the Cellbrite unit that downloads the phones. Those things are now going up to $42,800. So we got the quotes for that. Some of the different softwares, we talked about the cars. Animal control. They're requesting a new position for the person. So I'll be back tomorrow to add to it. I guess we got the numbers for the Motorola/Spillman.
What's Senate Bill 8? Whenever you start talking about ICE, I thought those two were connected, so.
Well, they're sort of connected because they're both for the same thing. The governor mandated that all sheriff's offices do the help ICE out, and so that's really what that is to help fund that process. So they call that from the state, Senate Bill 8. So I don't know how much.
80,000.
Okay, that's right. That, at first they were saying 100,000, and they said, no, we're a small enough county, we're only going to get 80,000. So anyway, that could go on top of that 220 that we're getting, so we're already up to 300,000. And it says you can use it for equipment, so that armored truck is really one of my first items on there. So, and if we get to break it up into money for raises, I don't know how that'll work or if that'll stay for years to come. I worry about it every year with the Senate Bill 22 money, but so far it looks like that's going to stay. So that's all I got. So they're saying the check's in the mail, but I haven't seen it yet. Oh, also, I guess I could bring this up. I've got a $10,000 check from
commissary?
No, it's for the phone system that we have, but they said it was for a grant to the jail, and that's the way they worded it, so Stephanie's been worried about how we can utilize that money, so,
So the contract we had with the commissary, it's a deal that they've had ongoing that had recently changed.
the phone
The
system.
phone, yeah, the communication for the inmates. It was structured where they would give us, I don't know if they called it a rebate or a commission or something like that. They've since changed the word from a commission to a grant. And so the sheriff and I were trying to get to the bottom of what the grant required, what that entailed. And they didn't have any specific direction on that. In our budget, we have budgeted that we would receive that revenue from the contract in a revenue line, and that's part of our budget. But since they called it a grant, I'm not sure how to proceed. So we're still going back and forth about that, but it doesn't seem to be a traditional grant as far as grants are measured, where there's, you know, certain expenditures that are allowed, and then you have to track it once you buy these expenditures. They were just very open with it, so.
Yeah, we don't have to track it or anything, but to stop the confusion on all that, I'll give the $10,000 check over, she can put it in the general fund, however, and that'll help fundraisers. I'll get that this afternoon.
We talked about that at the beginning when we got that contract, but it was on the phone system, wasn't it?
Yes.
We'd get back a certain amount of money, and you did set up a line item for that at that time?
So this is a little different than the original structure of the contract.
They're calling it a grant?
They're
as
called,
opposed-
I don't know why they did
it's
that.
kind of weird, because it's, when you ask them what are the terms of the grant and all of, what's the allowable expenditures for the grant, they just looked up what a grant is and replied to me that.
Did you ever call them back and says it's not a grant, it's pursuant to the terms of the contract, or we get it as a, really it is a rebate when we use it on the phone. I guess that's the closest thing is what it really is, isn't it?
It used to be called telephone commission. And it
Cell
would-
phone commission?
Telephone commission, so it was like our incentive for offering that program to our inmates.
Yeah, I'm having to administer the program for them. You know, somebody's got to be there to let them, to get the cards, let them use the phone and stuff, and that's a commission. So why don't you call them back and get them to reissue it or rename it, or does it make any problem if we just cash it and put it in there? How can we get in trouble on that?
The word grant in there just makes me a little apprehensive.
Okay.
There's no strings to it, it's to cover, I'll deposit the check today. So it'll be in there for you guys to use for raises or whatever you want to use it for.
Well, the way we had it before the contract changed, it was a budgeted item, revenue item, labeled telephone commission, so we can just put it there. We typically, it used to be 20,000, and now it's 10,000, and then that other 10 was allocated to something directly related to the inmates. So it is reduced.
Having that phone service helps control the inmates, correct?
Oh, yeah, it helps a lot of things. It helps them, because it used to be when we had visitation days and nights, they were about fighting out in the lobby to who was going to get first in line to see their significant other. Well, then we had them sign up for those 20-minute segments, and that helped. But then with the phones, it's an iPad-looking thing, and they can use it for so many different things back in their cells. Or if it's locked into the mount, they can buy minutes and talk to their significant other. So as long as they have the money for it. So that's caused the visitation to go way down for the people actually coming in to visit, because they can talk to them pretty much whenever they want on that phone system. So it's really helped out. You know, talking to somebody on the phone is one thing, but when they're seeing them, that makes them happy. I was worried about that a number of years ago because I thought we'd be having problems with that. But they police themselves in there, they know if they screw up,
They
they
take
get in
that
trouble. And so then, if there's 12 people in that tank or 44 people in that tank, they might lose that phone for a while. So they take care of themselves pretty much.
You know, I still get back, I mean, instead of put those waste containers out there, you want to be, since it's nobody else to do it, and we do want to keep them, is there anybody else that provides that tablet service on the deal? Just to sit back and say, hey, we're thinking about changing this, if you don't change the wording on it, it's not a grant, because it's not a grant. We can't accept it as a grant, it's a commission, that's where it's always been. You've had this for quite a number of years, haven't you? Haven't you had it for a couple of years at least?
They've improved things, so we've been using, it's now called Biopath, but we've been using that company since I first became, actually before I became sheriff. And now we're on a new contract that the court signed, so we're hooked into it for a couple,
I think it's 2 or 3 years.
two more years, so.
I just can't believe why they threw the word grant in. I understand your apprehension about it. But if to send it back, they could reissue the check.
It's just written in the contract as a grant, at the $10,000 grant, and they just changed the wording. I don't know if it was like a state mandate or something happened there.
Well, the FCC controls the phone system, so maybe it was something through them, but she said we can use the money for whatever we need to use it for.
She did say that in writing. We can send it to you.
Yeah. I'll catch that today, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Sheriff.
That's the $10,000 one?
Yes.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's good. Okay. Okay, so,
You're the last one.
Okay.
thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna be adjourned now until we finished everything up, because we're through for today.
Yes. Yes,
Good.
we did.
8 o'clock in the morning.
8 o'clock in the morning.
Account.
8:05. Yes, Kevin. Hey, Tim, Kevin.
Now, that long drive from like,
You said,